Section 14 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. Dead Violets. "If you ever want me, write to me. I'd come to you from the end of the world," he had said. And she had answered, "I shall always want you, but I shall never write, and you must never come." She was married. It was in May that they parted. They parted on the day of her owning that she cared for him. The virtue was hers, not his. Yet, because he loved her, and realized that she was too good a woman to defy her conscience and be happy, he acquiesced in her decision, refrained from pleading to her, refrained from trying to see her again. His only indulgence was to send violets to her home in Paris for the 9th of December. The 9th of December was her birthday, and violets, she had once told him, were her favorite flower. He did not scribble any greeting with them, did not even enclose a card. He was sure that she would know who sent them, and it lightened his pain to feel that she would know. Indeed, to recall himself to her thus mutely was a joy, the only joy that he had experienced since the day of the goodbye. Almost it was as if he were going to her, that moment in the London florists when he held the flowers that would reach her hands. She did not seem so lost to him for the moment. The separation did not seem so blank. The next year, also, he sent violets for the 9th of December. His emotions, it is true, were less vivid this time, but he was glad to show her that he was faithful. Besides, the prettiness of the reminder pleased him. And the third year, he sent them chiefly because he felt that she would be disappointed if he appeared to forget. So it had grown to be his custom to send violets to her for her birthday, though what was once an impulse of devotion was now a lie. The weakness of a sentimentalist reluctant to wound a woman and his self-esteem by admitting that he had exaggerated the importance of his feelings. And each December the woman had welcomed the lie with smiles and tears, and believed that he loved her still. When 5 years had passed, he met her again. It was in Bond Street, and he had sent the violets to Paris 2 or 3 days before. "Phil!" As he turned and saw her, he thought how much better looking she used to be. She was young still, no more than 30, but she had longed for him on every day of the 5 years, and her tears had blotted some of the girlishness from her face. As he turned and saw her, the woman thought how his mouth had twitched when he said, "I'd come to you from the end of the world." It is among the unacknowledged truths that sentimentality may create as much ferment as enduring love, and he had suffered even more violently than she, though he had not suffered so long. "What are you doing here in December? You're the last person I should have expected to see," she said. "I go south tomorrow." "Lucky man!" "And you?" "We're living here now." "Really? You've left Paris? How long?" "We've been here since October. We're flat hunting." "Oh!" They stood looking into each other's eyes, neither knowing what to say next. Her heart was thumping terribly, and she felt very happy and very frightened. More than once she had been tempted to write to him that her courage had broken down. All resistance seemed to have left her as she stood looking into his eyes again. "Flats," she added in a voice of composure, "are so abominably dear in London." "Where are you staying?" "In apartments. Bayswater." "Bayswater must be a change from Neuilly. It was a jolly little place you had in Neuilly." "It was rather jolly, wasn't it? My husband's people wished us to come over. They thought they might put him into something over here. Of course, in Paris it was cheap, but there were no prospects." "I understand." "There's some talk of a secretaryship if a company is floated." It was so natural to be telling him everything now that they had met. It would be a very good thing for us. I hope it'll come off. Yes. Well, how are you? I'm always seeing your name. One of the novels of the year. They aren't so good as the novels that nobody read. Not quite. Why? I'm turning out what's wanted now. One has to live. Yes. Still, isn't it a pity to... Oh, one gets tired, he said. Ideals make lonely dwelling places. Let me take you somewhere and give you some tea. I ought to go to some shops. I'm up west to work. Work? Spending money? Earning it. I'm doing fashion articles. You? Do you mean it? Well, come and have some tea first. It was very early, and there were vacant tables in the alcoves. As he sat opposite her, Orlebar thought what a fraud it was, that the things one craved for only came to pass when one had grown resigned to doing without them. How he had besought God for some such chance as this! What a spectacle he had made of himself about her during 6 unforgettable months! And now he was sipping his tea without emotion, and observing that her clothes compared unfavourably with the other women's in the room. In that moment Orlebar saw the humiliating truth, knew that he had lived his great love down and deceived himself for years. But he didn't want to see. He preferred to deceive himself now. It is often more congenial to be an ass than to acknowledge that you have been one. It's a long time since we have had tea together, Lucy. Yes, she said. Well, what have you to tell me? I think I told you everything in a breath. At least, what have you been doing all the time? Trying to kill it. You're working in London now, eh? Yes, I have chambers in the Temple. Rather swagger compared with the little shanty in the Rue Ravignan. How did you come to take up journalism? Someone suggested it, and my twaddle seemed to do. It's pretty sickening. What's the idea? It doesn't pay very well, does it? Not on my paper. I get a guinea a week, but... why should I bore you with all that? You don't bore me, Lucy. Well, I prefer to do it. You don't know everything. His people have never forgiven his marriage. They think marriage has handicapped him so badly. And you may be sure they blame me more than him. It's always the daughter-in-law's fault. We've only their allowance to live on. It isn't pleasant to be kept by people who resent your existence. Poor little woman. No, I didn't know. Oh, it's not so bad as all that. Still, I'm glad to be making something, even if it's only a guinea a week. I don't feel so uncomfortable when I meet them. Not such a dead weight. We have to go there to dinner on Sundays, and it's rather awful. They tell me what a splendid career you would have if you hadn't married. Damn 'em, said Orlebar. I do, every Sunday afternoon, from the soup to the coffee. Well, she leant her elbows on the table and smiled. Have I changed much? No, he said bravely, but this is brutal hard lines. I didn't dream that you had things like that to put up with. You always seemed so light-hearted in Paris. I didn't meet his people in Paris. Besides, things alter in 5 years. I think... she broke off. It's ridiculous to talk about it to you. I don't know why I'm doing it. Have you anyone else to talk to? No, she admitted slowly. That's it. I can't talk to him because, well, they're his own people, for one thing. And besides, well, of course, marriage has handicapped him, and I suppose he knows it as well as they do. Do you mean you don't get on now? She gave a shrug and traced lines in the cloth with her spoon. What do you suppose I mean? I am so sorry for you, dear. Oh, I dare say it's my fault. I suppose I don't do all I ought to do to make up for what I've cost him. It's difficult to do all you ought when... Her voice snapped. When you sometimes wish to God that you hadn't done so much. Perhaps you'd have done better to come to me, after all, said Orlebar, heavily. He couldn't think of anything else to say. I tried to be a good woman. I thought you'd forget me. I wanted to forget you. Why didn't you let me forget you? Why did you send me those flowers every year? Were you vexed with me for sending them? No. I'm glad. I sent some to Paris the other day. Did you? I wondered if you would. I've been rather impatient for my birthdays. What a confession! A woman impatient for her birthdays. I never meant to see you any more, though. I swore I wouldn't. But you wanted to, didn't you? Her cup was neglected now. She leant back in her chair, her hands clasped in her lap. Didn't you? He repeated. Oh, don't, she said in her throat. I can't bear it, Phil. What? The life. Everything. I'm tired of it all. Chuck it, he muttered. Come away with me tomorrow. She didn't speak. She tried to believe that she was struggling. The pause seemed to Orlebar to last a long time, while he sat wishing that he hadn't said it. The waitress inquired if they required anything else, and put the check on the table and took her tip. The place was filling, and a ladies' orchestra began to twang their mandolins. Do you want me? She asked, raising her eyes. Do I want you? What else could he reply? Very well, then, she nodded. I'll go. Let's get out of this. Do you mind? My head aches. He knew dismally that her consent had come too late, that there would be nothing now to compensate him for the scandal, no months or weeks or even minutes of rapture. They got up, and he put the half-crown on the desk and followed her into the street. After they had strolled a few yards in silence, he said, as it seemed obligatory, You've made me very happy. She answered, I'll try to. He wished that she had said anything else. It was painful. We'd better have a cab. Where shall we go? Will you come to the temple? I think I'd like to go home. You can drive there with me. Can you get away in the morning, or shall I put it off? He asked in the hansom. No, I can get away. He won't be back till the evening. Back from where? He went down to his people today. They're at Brighton now. What time's the train? 10 o'clock. From Charing Cross. I was going by Folkestone and Boulogne. Are you a bad sailor? No, I like it. We'll meet at Charing Cross then. Yes, in the first-class waiting room. If you're sure it's not too early for you. It's all right. Is it real, Phil? Half an hour ago we hadn't seen each other. And now it's to be all our lives. Ah, I hope you'll never be sorry. I wonder. That's unjust. Is it? Her eyes reminded him that he ought to kiss her, and he bent his head. He pitied her acutely as he felt her tears on his face, hated himself for lying to her. Cheer up, dearest. Remember how we care for each other, he said. The effort of affecting joy wore him out as they drove on. Intensely he wished that they had found a quicker cab. He wanted a drink badly, wanted to light a pipe and give way to his gloom. Her hand, which he clasped, seemed to him to grow larger and heavier through the long drive, and when at last they parted at her door, he thanked heaven for the right to heave a sigh, for the freedom to look as moody as he felt. 5 years ago. If it had only happened 4 years ago, the pathos of the situation took him by the throat. What a rotten thing life was! Again his mind reverted to the months where he had been torn with longing for her, the longing just to watch her, to listen to her, no matter what she said. And now he had kissed her for the first time, as a duty. That abandonment of despair had played havoc with him, yet he wished that it had lasted. It would have been worthwhile, he thought. God! The ecstasy that would have been thrilling in him now if he had suffered like that until this afternoon. At the club he ordered a big whiskey and a small soda. "You're off to Rome soon, aren't you?" said a man presently. You pampered novelists have all the luck." "Yes," said Orlebar. The man was the editor of a daily paper. It occurred to the novelist that he was about to provide the paper with some surprising copy. Also, that the editorial greeting would be less informal when they met again. What a deuce of a lot of talk there would be! The damage it was going to do to him socially. Socially! It would injure him financially, too. He recognized it for the first time as he surveyed the room. There was McKinnell of the Mayfair, ragging a waiter because the toast was cold. Orlebar's new novel was to run through the Mayfair before it came out in book form. If he knew anything of McKinnell, that highly respectable gentleman would refuse to pollute the pages of his journal with the fiction of a correspondent. And McKinnell's refusal wouldn't be singular, though he might express it with singular offensiveness. Even among good fellows it would be, "Sorry, but we daren't run you just now in a paper for household reading. We should get no end of protests. Awful rot, of course, but there it is." £500 gone. £500 was a large sum. He was no millionaire. And his books? The sale of his next books would drop in this virtuous country when he had outraged the 11th commandment. If she had been Lady Somebody, the public would have called the case romantic. It would have been a big advertisement then, but without the glamour of a title, they would only call it disgraceful. For one reader gained by the scandal, half a dozen would be lost. What a calamity, his turning into Bond Street this afternoon! And how she had jumped at him, he thought with sudden resentment. She hadn't needed much persuasion. He had been an idiot to exalt her into a heroine at the beginning. Since it had been fated that he was to ruin himself, he might at any rate have done it while he was in love with her. And he hadn't even the excuse of youth now. He was making a mess of his life when he was old enough to know better. When he did know better, he was ruining himself against his will. He had another whiskey and soda, and wondered if there was any chance of his hearing that she had changed her mind. Confound it, she didn't know his address. And anyhow, there would be no chance. What was she giving up? A husband who didn't want her. If she had had a child, it would have been a different thing. A pity she hadn't a family. A husband who didn't want her, and he, Philip Orlebar, was going to take her off his hands. Oh, what a mug's game! If he hadn't gone in to have his hat ironed, he wouldn't have met her, and it hadn't really needed ironing either. He did not remain long in the club when dinner was over. After all, he had mentioned that his rooms were in the Temple, and the hope that she might try to communicate with him lingered in spite of common sense. At the gate he looked toward the porter eagerly, but the porter said nothing, and the shock of disappointment told Orlebar how strong the hope had been. His portmanteaux were half-packed, and he spent the evening straining to catch the sound of the bell. Once it rang, but the visitor was only a bore who had dropped in for a drink and a chat. Orlebar loathed the beaming face as he gave him welcome, and like the editor, the bore made envious reference to the morrow's journey. He wished he were in the author's shoes. Orlebar was at infinite pains to affect high spirits, for it was undesirable that the man should say afterwards, "I was with him the night before he bolted with her. The poor beggar seemed to have an awful hump." But presently the man said, "You seem a cup low tonight, old chap." The melancholy stroke of the Temple clock had never sounded so lugubrious as in the hours that followed. When he woke in the morning, Orlebar remembered that there ought to be a half-bottle of Pommery in the bathroom, and he had it in lieu of tea, with some biscuits. The wine lightened his mood a little. It no longer seemed so hopelessly impossible to conceal his regret. And when he strode into the station, it was with a very fair show of impatience. But his heart leapt as he saw that she wasn't there. He sat down and glanced alternately at the clock and the doors, praying that she wouldn't come. She entered just as he was feeling sanguine. "My darling," he murmured, "here you are." "Am I late?" "I was beginning to be afraid, but there's time enough. I've got the tickets. Where's your luggage?" "They've taken it through." "We'd better go, then." Among the bustle on the platform he could say little more than, "How pale you are!" and "Which are your trunks?" Then they were alone, and the door had been slammed, and the train moved out. "Darling," he said again. "Well?" "Well?" "It seems too good to be true." His tone was lifeless. "Does it?" "Doesn't it to you?" "I think it's true," she said, with a tired smile. "How pale you are!" he repeated. "Didn't you sleep?" "Not much. I've been wondering." "Wondering? What?" "Whether I ought to have said no. What would you have done if I'd said no, Phil? Really?" "What can a man do? I suppose I should have had to put up with it." She did not reply for a moment. She was gazing straight before her with a frown. "Do you think me a bad woman, Phil?" "I think you're the best woman I've ever known." "It looks like it, doesn't it?" "The force of circumstances. If you had met me before you met him—" "But I didn't. It's pretty mean of me to spoil his life, isn't it?" "I didn't know that he cared so much about you." "Oh," she hesitated. "We've quarrelled, like everybody else, but he's very fond of me. Of course, it'll be an awful blow. I can't forget it. I've been thinking of it ever since." "Well, it just depends. The thing you've got to consider is which way you'll be happier yourself. I don't know, I suppose there are women who can't go wrong and be happy." "I'm thinking of my duty," she faltered. "You know I love you, don't you? I want you to know it, to keep remembering it all the time. I love you. I love you. I love you. But—" She waited with her heart in her throat. "But what?" he asked moodily. "What were you going to say?" Her eyes closed with pain. "Eh?" he said. "There are his people," she stammered. "They'll feel the disgrace so much. I've been considering everything. I didn't know what a wrench it would be." "You'll get over it." "I'm not sure. Perhaps I shall always. Do you think I've made a mistake?" Again she waited breathlessly. If he would only seize her in his arms! If he would only cry, "Let them all go to the devil, and remember me!" "If you feel like that," he said feebly, "of course I hardly know what I can say to you." "You can't think of anything to say?" she pleaded. "There's nothing I'm overlooking?" "There's time. One gets over anything in time," he said incautiously. "Oh, my God!" she moaned. She turned to the window, her face as white as a dead woman's. The terror was confirmed that had stolen on her in the cab, that had haunted her throughout the night, confirmed by his tones, his looks, by every answer he had made to her halting falsehoods. He had learnt to do without her. She had given herself unsought. In the agony of shame that overwhelmed her, she could have thrown herself from the compartment, and it was only her love for him that restrained her. She would not reproach him by deed or word. He shouldn't be burdened by the knowledge of what he had made her suffer. "Well," he said, "it's not too late." "No," she muttered. "I can't go." His pulses jumped. For an instant he couldn't trust his voice. "You must do as you like. I don't want to take you against your will. If you wish it, you can go back from Folkestone, I suppose. If he's away, there'd be no harm done, would there?" "You're not angry with me? You won't mind too much?" "Don't worry about me. I want you to be happy. To tell you the truth, I think you're right. You are not the woman to kick over the traces. You'd be too cut up about it. Go back and make the best of a bad business. It'll be easier for you to bear than the other. Anyhow, we'll see about a train for you as soon as we get in." At Folkestone Harbour, they ascertained that there would be an express to Charing Cross at 2:00, and he paced the platform with her till it was time to say good-bye. Exhilaration had given him an appetite, but she answered that she wasn't hungry. So, as he had missed his boat, he decided to drive to a hotel on the Leas and have an elaborate luncheon when she had gone. His glances at the playbills on the walls showed him that Santoy was at the Pleasure Gardens, and he foresaw himself cheerfully among the audience in the evening. He was feeling, on a sudden, 20 years younger, and hard as he strove to acquire a manner of tender gravity, she discerned the improvement in his spirits every time he spoke. Her train arrived in town a few minutes to 4, and she re-entered the lodging-house some hours earlier than her husband. But the fire had gone out, and she had to wait, shivering, till it was lighted before she could burn the note that she had left on the mantelpiece for him. A little box addressed to her had been delivered during her absence. When the slatternly servant left her alone at last, the woman dared to touch it, and fell to sobbing as if her heart would burst. It contained the violets that Orlebar had sent in token of his love. The box had been redirected from Paris. Owing to the delay, the violets, now that they reached her, were quite dead. End of section 14. Recording by Eva Davis.
Section 15 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.K., Edison, New Jersey. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. The Favorite Plot with Variations. The financier was cracking walnuts when the curate arrived. "Hello, boy," he said. "Why didn't you come to dinner?" "How do you do, Uncle Murray?" "Oh, it was impossible to come in time for dinner. I had a meeting at 6 o'clock, and it's a long way from Plaistow to Park Lane." "Are you quite well?" "Pretty fit," said Murray Pybus. "Glad to see you again. I was going to drop you a line. I go to New York next month. Help yourself to port." "Thank you. I don't drink wine," said Cuthbert, a shade reproachfully. "I forgot," said Pybus. "Cigar? But you don't smoke either. Well, take an armchair. Make yourself comfortable. How's Plaistow?" The curate cleared his throat. "I was anxious to have a talk with you, Uncle Murray, on a very important subject." "So you wrote me." "Well, I know your important subjects. You needn't go into details. Of course, it's a bona fide case. How much do you want?" "Frankly, I'm nervous," faltered his nephew. "Better try the port," counseled Pybus. "No? All right, stick to your colors, even if they are a blue ribbon. You've always been so generous, more than generous. Your subscriptions and your proposals as regards myself, though I couldn't accept them, were natural enough. You'll have to have the lot one day. I've nobody else to leave it to, and I'm not the man to marry again." He laughed. "It'll be a funny position, huh? An East End curate blooming into a millionaire. You're a queer fish, Cuthbert. I don't say any more about your not coming into the city. You weren't cut out for it. But what do you want to starve in the slums for? If the church was the only thing to suit you, you might as well have had a snug berth in it." "I thought, at least I hoped," said Cuthbert stiffly, "that I'd made my principles clear to you long ago. I have no desire for a snug berth. I told you so when the call came to me. My object in taking orders was never to attain material comforts. If I had sought worldly advantages, I should have embraced a commercial career instead. I choose to labor among those who need my poor help the most, and I choose to be in truth their brother, not to hold myself aloof from them, a preceptor in a pleasance." "Oh, very proper, very high-minded," said the financier hurriedly. "A reputation for conscientiousness, of course, is a valuable asset. Have it your own way, my lad. If I am not to do anything for you in my lifetime, we'll say no more about it." The curate flushed. "As a matter of fact," he stammered, "my reason for wishing to see you was to beg you to do something for me. My principles are quite unchanged. I still mean to work among the poor. I'm still resolved to abstain from living among them luxuriously, but, circumstances have arisen which perhaps I'd better tell you everything as it happened." "Best way," said Pybus, repressing a groan. "I was rather seriously unwell some weeks ago, and my vicar induced me to take a brief holiday. He's always most considerate." "Any family at the vicarage?" "Family? There are his 3 daughters." "Ah," murmured the millionaire. "Yes, he would consider you attentively. Go on." "Some pleasant seaside place was desirable, and I went to Hastings. The castle is most fascinating." "Well?" "Well, my lodgings were not cheerful, and the weather was unpropitious, so altogether—" "You got the hump?" "I was, yes. One evening, as it was too wet to take a walk, I attended a performance of A Crown of Thorns. Of course, I'd heard about it. I knew that it had been approved by organs of the press that don't mention such things as a rule, but I confess that it amazed me. I found its religious teaching quite as admirable as the historical instruction it afforded, the insight into the life of ancient Rome. It was practically my first visit to a theatre, and a most memorable experience. Perhaps you know the play? Girl holds up a cross in the limelight, and the lions are afraid to eat her? No, sir, there are no lions. There are lions in the pictorial advertisements of the play, but they are not actually visible on the stage. It isn't too much to say that I was overwhelmed. I was ashamed of the unreasoning prejudice I had always entertained against theatrical performances. "You haven't come to ask me to endure a theatre, I hope?" put in the millionaire genially. "Oh, indeed, not at all, sir. The idea had not presented itself to me. Hear me out. The part of the heroine was taken by a lady who possessed such spiritual fervour that at first I regretted her choice of a career. How true it is that prejudice dies hard. I grieved. It was narrow of me that she was not devoting herself to the propagation of faith among the heathen of her own time instead of to the that it seemed to me she was wasting her precious gifts, that she ought to have been a missionary." "I quite follow you," said Pybus dryly. "I did not recognize the truth at once, but then it came to me. I understood. As I looked round at the eyes wet with tears, I saw that the stage may make for good as powerfully as the pulpit. I saw that this beautiful girl, uttering the grace that was in her to hundreds nightly, I don't know if I mentioned that she has been favored with remarkable beauty, was stirring the minds of mere pleasure-seekers to the contemplation of higher things. I saw that she was working in the same cause as myself." "Great Scott, boy, you've fallen in love with an actress?" exclaimed Pybus. "So that's it?" "Later, I certainly learned to love her," replied the curate with dignity, "though I don't perceive by what process you have arrived at the fact. I had the happiness to meet her the next afternoon in the waiting-room at a dentist's, and the passing of a magazine led to conversation." "Did you tell her that you thought she ought to have been a missionary?" "I believe I did say something of my earlier regret, and she agreed with me that she was doing equally exalted work on the stage. Perhaps my enlightenment may be partly due to that conversation. Her thoughts on the subject were very beautiful. One answer that she made impressed me deeply. 'Religion and art,' she said, 'are in reality the same thing.' Without the context it is not so forcible, but when she said it, it was a perfect expression of what we meant. It was most illuminative." "How much have you been muddling yourself up with this girl?" asked the financier curtly. "Sir?" "I say, how far has it gone? What happened after she illuminated the dentist's?" "We met often after the dentist's. On the parade, we used to listen to the town crier together. She found a town crier so quaint, anything that savours of a bygone age appeals to her strongly. Fortunately, too, the company was going to London, to various theatres in the suburbs, so I was able to see her when I returned, and she has consented to be my wife." "You told her you were my nephew, my heir?" "I saw no reason for reticence. I trust you have not formed a poor opinion of a lady whom you have never seen?" "Not at all. I should have a poor opinion of her if she had refused you under the circumstances. But you are making yourself ridiculous. You have lost your head over an actress? You have taken a queer clerical way about it? but you've lost your head over an actress. It won't do, Cuthbert. The thing's absurd. Cuthbert had turned very pale. "I'm sorry to find you so unjust," he groaned. "I had hoped, in view of the many offers you have so kindly made me, that you'd be willing to further my happiness. Marriage upon my stipend is impossible, as you know. I trusted your affection to why, you've pressed me to take an allowance over and over again." "Look here, boy," exclaimed Pybus, "I'm going to talk straight to you. You're the nearest relative I've got, and though you were never the sort I was keen on leaving $1 million to, I knew you'd waste it in a creditable and conscientious kind of way. Also, I'm only 50, and I hoped you'd have got more sense by the time I died. But this alters matters. I shouldn't leave my money to you if you made a ridiculous marriage, and I don't part with a quid to help you to do it. That's plain English. You can tell her what I've said when you keep the appointment at the stage door tonight. She can marry you if she likes, but she'll live in Plaistow on what you've got now. There'll be nothing from me." "And you," observed Cuthbert bitterly, "are called a man of the world. Why, sir, you are displaying all the narrowness of the least sophisticated. She's an actress, and so to wed her must be misfortune. She's an actress." "And you are a fool," said Pybus, "but I don't want to quarrel with you. I've been there myself. 30 years ago we have all been there sometime. You go to a theatre, you see a pretty woman, and you think you are in love. You are a curate, so your symptoms are a bit complicated, but the complaint is very usual, Cuthbert. Believe me, it won't be fatal." "Will you allow me to introduce her to you?" pleaded Cuthbert. "Will you give me a chance to overcome your prejudices?" "No, I won't. I haven't any prejudices. I dare say the girl's right enough for the right man, but she's a long way from right for you. You don't really suppose she can care about you? You're a good lad, but the last fellow in the world to please an actress. If you hadn't told her you were my nephew, she would have laughed in your face when you proposed to her." "I'm prepared," said the curate resignedly, "to suffer humiliation if need be." "Oh, well, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but, well, she would. I know what actresses are like." "But you don't know her. If you would talk to her once, she would convert you. You would own you were wrong. My life's happiness is at stake. Before you decide, let me bring her to see you. Surely it is no more than fair." Pybus picked up the evening papers. "It's no good going on with it. That's all I've got to say." He opened the Pall Mall. "Good night, sir," quavered the curate, extending a hopeless hand. "Good night, boy," said the financier cordially. "Whenever you want anything in reason, let me know." Cuthbert took a bus to Victoria and arrived at the Shakespeare, Clapham, in ample time. It was still embarrassing to him to loiter at a stage door, but a man is justified in meeting his fiancée anywhere. He endeavoured to assert this by his bearing when loafers stared at him. Nobody was ever quite so high-minded as Cuthbert tried to look when he waited at stage doors. "My own, I've failed," he told her as they walked to Clapham Junction. The hand on his arm trembled. "What did he say?" "He was obdurate. He refused point-blank. Why should I pain you by repeating the insults I had to bear?" "Just because I'm an actress?" exclaimed the girl pathetically. "Oh, what we have to put up with, we artists. How uncharitable they are to us. Then it's all over between you and I?" He winced, but tears were swimming in her lovely eyes. It would have been heartless to mention grammar. "I cannot lose you," he cried. "I cannot. We might. No, it's out of the question. What's to be done? Angela, I almost lose faith." "Hush," she murmured, looking upward. "It may be all for the best, dear. It must be, though it is hard for us to understand it. Do you think he would relent when we were married?" "I fear not. He would never know you. If he'd let me take you to him, we should succeed, I'm sure. Your intelligence and beauty would win him over, though he wouldn't appreciate your soul. But he declined to see you. It's a pity I can't be introduced to him as somebody else, go there as a hospital nurse or something. Then when I'd got round him, and he was very grateful to me, I could say, 'My name is Angela Noble. I love your nephew.'" "It is a sweet idea, but his health is robust, and besides, he goes abroad very soon." "That's what I shall have to do," she said moodily. "You? If we don't marry, I must take the engagement for New York. You know, I have the offer open. I shall have to go." "New York? cried Cuthbert. "I hoped you had dismissed the notion." He was meditative. "Angela, I have a daring thought. I will not fail." Pybus was considerably surprised a day or two later at receiving a pleasant letter from the young man wishing him an agreeable voyage and inquiring by what boat he was to cross. He was considerably irritated at receiving a second letter reminding him of his permission to ask reasonable favors. A lady of the curate's acquaintance was departing for America unprotected by that very vessel, an act of courtesy that Mr. Pybus would kindly show to the friendless lady his affectionate nephew would much appreciate. It was added tactfully that, her means precluding speculation, no fear need be entertained of her angling for tips. Pybus swore and dictated a gracious note, and the boat sailed. Miss Noble unpacked her cabin trunk with the painful consciousness that steamers travel fast. When she had made the chance remark that inspired her lover, she had been thinking vaguely of his sick room and plenty of time for womanly gentleness to be admired. Between Acts 2 and 3 a month elapses. An Atlantic racer was alarmingly different. And the uncle was more discouraging still. Every uncle that she had ever known refusing his consent had a white moustache and side whiskers, and was slightly bowed with age and cynicism. Here was a hale and hearty uncle, carelessly good-humoured. Such a person seemed less likely to break up into slushy sentiment than the iciest cynic that ever sneered. The report that reached Plaistow from Queenstown was not a sanguine one. "There's just this in our favour," she had scribbled. "He has no suspicion who I am, and he can't escape me without jumping overboard. You may bet had been imperfectly erased. Feel sure I shall do as much in the time as I can. Dear one." Cuthbert kissed the ship's stationery with enthusiasm. She was a bright girl. She hasn't been seen to advantage with the curate, and she was working for by far the most profitable engagement of her career. Before the first sweepstake on the run, she began to play her part in quite another manner than the one she had mentally rehearsed. The spiritual note that Cuthbert had expected of her, to go on being the heroine of A Crown of Thorns after the curtain was down, wouldn't catch on here at all, she decided. There was no hit to be made on those lines. Admiration, a wide-eyed homage to the financier's cleverness? Probably all the women he met looked at him like that. It had been played out long ago. The smartest thing would be to treat the middle-aged magnate as if he were an amusing young man. She did it. It was much easier than being soulful, much less fatiguing. She laughed, she chaffed, she even flirted with him a little. Pybus, who had been prepared to find her a consummate nuisance, hadn't been on such good terms with himself for years. The day before they sighted Sandy Hook, he said, "I hope I shall see something of you after we land. Are you staying in New York long?" I hardly know," she answered. "It depends." It depended on the way he took it when she sprung the truth on him directly. She felt less self-possessed than usual. "Anyhow, there's my address. If there's anything I can do, I shall be glad." "That's very kind of you. I wonder how much you mean it." She flashed a glance. "I might ask for something big." "Ah, I didn't pledge myself to do anything you asked. I said I'd be glad to do anything I could." Cautious person. They were pacing the deck, and they walked in silence for a minute. She was wondering if it would be discreet to delay her confession till they had arrived. "You are nervy today," said Pybus. "You look as if you were going to say you had a headache. It's just the moment for a glass of champagne and a cracker. Let's go below and get them." "I don't think I care about it, thanks. But you're quite right. I'm nervy. I want to tell you something. Shall we sit down?" They sat down, and again there was silence. "Well?" he questioned. "I don't know how to begin." "Let me help you," suggested Pybus. "Pull me up if I'm wrong. You're an actress. My nephew Cuthbert thinks he's in love with you, and you came aboard in the hope of persuading me to agree to your marriage. Whether you were going to New York anyhow, I don't know. I trust you were, for I should be sorry to have put you to so much inconvenience. Now the beginning is over. Proceed." Miss Noble had uttered a faint exclamation of astonishment. She stared blankly at the sea. "You seem surprised," he said. "That isn't flattering to my intelligence. Cuthbert's circle of pretty women is strictly limited, I take it. Any doubt that I had of your identity when I got this letter was removed the moment I saw you." "Oh, then you do think I'm pretty?" faltered Miss Noble. "You're not a beauty, but your face is pleasing. I say you threw yourself in my way with the intention of convincing me that you were a much nicer girl than I supposed you to be. Am I correct?" "Quite correct," said Miss Noble in a low voice. "It was an innocent plot." "It is the favorite one. It has been in the English magazines every month since I was a child. Well, I'm convinced. Don't misunderstand me. I find you brainier, wittier, and nicer in every respect. In fact, you're even more calculated than I assumed to spoil his life." "Mr. Pybus!" "Keep your temper. It's a reflection on him, not on you. I'll explain. Cuthbert is my heir, thought the mirror, which may be translated as, because I haven't a son, much as I should like one, and though I've never pretended he was the apple of my eye, I should regret to see him come to grief. If you were the flabby, phonographic sort of young woman to echo his sentiments and make him happy, I'd say, take him with my sympathy. He is yours. You are 100% too charming for the marriage to be a success. You have come down to his standard very effectually so far, I admit. It must have given you a lot of trouble, but you couldn't hope to impose on him always. Before he had discovered half your attractions, they'd break his heart." I don't know what to say to you." Then you refuse?" "It's a novelty to see you at a loss. Yes, I refuse unhesitatingly. Among the few certainties of life, we may count the fact that you'll never marry Cuthbert with any help from me." "For the reason that you've given me?" "Among others, if I may say so, for the further reason that I don't wish you to be unhappy either. You find him a pill naturally, and you'd have been bored to death." "You're despising me," she exclaimed. "You think I am a mercenary creature without a heart, who—" "Don't talk to me as if I were Cuthbert. I don't despise you in the least. You are in a very precarious and overcrowded calling, and you would have married him for position, as hundreds and thousands of fashionable and wealthy girls would be willing to marry him if I smiled approval. But I know you would have found him dear at the price. And I have a third reason, though I can assert quite truthfully that the first alone would prevent my consenting. I'd like to marry you myself." "You?" she gasped. "Why not? Of course you're not in love with me, but you like me much better than you like him. You can't dispute it. Professionally, you're 19, I suppose. That's to say, you're really about 28. So I'm 22 years older than you are. It's a lump, but I'm lively for my age. And if you go on flirting with me, you'll make me feel considerably younger. It'll be rough on Cuthbert, I own. My marrying you will cost him about $1 million. Still, he won't have you in any case, and 150 a year would be a great deal more appropriate. Besides, it's entirely his own fault. He should have taken no for an answer when he came to see me, and then I should never have met you. Think it over. If you regard me as a fairly young man, you needn't hesitate. And if you don't, remember that there is no fool like an old one, that you will have a very good time." "You couldn't respect me?" murmured Miss Noble. "You'd feel that I was only marrying the money, that the man didn't matter?" "I'm not without some natural vanity, I assure you. Come, which do you feel more at home with, him or me?" "You," admitted Miss Noble softly. "That settles it," said Pybus. "We'll get Tiffany's to send around some engagement rings in the morning." End of section 15. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey.
Section 16 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tavarish. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. Time the Humorist. Herbert Harding was one of the most distinguished dramatic critics in London, one of the most scholarly and acute. Yet no man is a prophet to his family, and at home H.H. was considered to be wasting his life at the game. Of course the old people took the paper in which his first night notices appeared, and they wrestled with his essays in volume form, essays, by the way, which will always be ranked among the most valuable contributions to the psychology of the theatre. But the references to Diderot and Stendhal and other persons of whom they had never heard before baffled them mightily, and if the book had been written by anybody but Herbert, they would never have read a dozen pages of it. As Harding Senior, a sensible and hearty Englishman, used to say to his wife, "Thank God he wasn't literary himself," and to discuss whether the heroine of a play would have behaved like this or have behaved like that, when one knew that she wasn't a real woman at all, seemed to him the sort of tomfoolishness for young girls in a drawing-room, and not the kind of thing he would have expected a son of his to do for a living, damn it. There were persons who professed to see in the fact that Harding had always been unappreciated by his relatives the explanation of his marriage. But there were many cultured women who admired him. Gertrude Millington's homage was not singular. She was certainly amiable, and she wrote. Yet when one remembers the triviality of her stories, one would have supposed her authorship would deter rather than attract a man like Harding. Besides, he had privately resented the necessity for making her acquaintance. She was a friend of one of his sisters. He had met her when he went down to his people for a fortnight in the autumn, and his mother had said, "Oh, my son Herbert, Miss Millington. You have often heard us talk of Miss Millington, Herbert. You two should find lots to say to each other, both being writers." Harding, who had never heard Miss Millington's name till then, there or anywhere else, thought that his mother ought to have known better. Perhaps the girl thought so too, for her smile was embarrassed. "I never expected to get the chance to meet Mr. Harding," she said reverentially. Harding thawed. Since she recognized him as a master, he was prepared to tolerate her. In 5 minutes he had gathered that to be talking to him was one of the events of her life. Naturally, they talked of the theatre, and though her attitude towards the drama was untrained, Harding perceived an eagerness to be enlightened, a quickness of intelligence that saved him from being bored. That, at any rate, was how he put it to himself, though whether her eagerness and intelligence would have interested him if she had not been passably good-looking is a doubtful point. The fortnight proved uncommonly pleasant to him, and as he did not have an opportunity for looking at any of her work until they were back in town and he was well in love with her, the crudity of her fiction did not infuriate him so violently as it would have done otherwise. On the contrary, he persuaded himself that, underlying the immaturities of style and characterization, there was the glint of genuine talent. His income derived solely from his pen was slender, but everything is relative, and Miss Millington lived in a boarding-house at West Kensington. Compared with her own, his means were substantial. To cut the courtship short, he married her. Miss Millington, the unknown, became the wife of Harding, the august. Women who had made a reputation called on them and wondered what he could have seen in her, they were sure. His best friends confessed themselves as a bit surprised at his choice, and Harding, with all the ardor of his intellect and his affection, proceeded to cultivate his wife's mind. Never was a disciple more devoted. She put her story-writing aside — he had advised her to do that until she was more widely read — and plodded conscientiously through the list of classics that he drew up for her improvement. As often as he obtained 2 seats, she went to the theatre with him and listened absorbed to his catalogue of the play's defects. Because she loved him dearly and panted to please, she never failed to assure him that she understood and thoroughly agreed with everything he said, though this was a flagrant lie, and Harding promoted her to Ibsen, and expounded his qualities to her for hours on end. She grew to miss her scribbling by degrees. By degrees she grew to sicken at the intellectual stuffing. Before long her delight at going to a theatre was marred by her dread of the critics' edifying monologue when they returned. But she never yawned, she never faltered, she endured the deadly dullness of her education without a murmur. Her confinement was a holiday. Harding, however, was far too fond of his wife to neglect her because he had a son, and after she was up again he devoted as much earnest attention to her as before. By this time she could give forth dozens of his opinions with all the fidelity of a phonograph, and he contemplated her progress with the tenderest pride. The baby and the nurse and the necessary change in the domestic arrangements meant increased expenses, and now she sometimes reflected that the modest checks obtainable by her pen would be an aid. Once she said to him, "Herbert, when do you think I might go back to my work? Don't you think I might write something again now?" "What do you want to write?" he asked with an indulgent smile. "I suppose what I ought to do is another book. I should like to write a play, though." "A play?" He stared. "My child, you aren't a dramatist." "Well, I never shall be one if I don't make a beginning. I should think I ought to be able to manage a piece, after all I've read." Harding smiled again wryly. The temerity of the novice was a wonderful thing. "You know more than you did, but dramatic construction isn't to be mastered in a year and a half, Goose, even by the born playwright." "It's never to be mastered at all without trying, is it?" There was a touch of obstinacy in her tone, and he was greatly disappointed. Since she could speak in so light a fashion of accomplishing a play, it seemed that she had learned nothing after all. The magnitude of the undertaking did not impress her in the least. She talked like the proverbial amateur. "Doesn't it occur to you," he said patiently, "that although I know considerably more about it than you do, I don't write plays? I recognize what I lack. And I recognize what you lack. I'm not trying to make a dramatist of you, my child. I simply want you to have an acquaintance with what is best in dramatic literature. I want you to be able to discriminate. As to your writing again, perhaps you will, but not yet. Not yet by any means. And when you do, of course, it should be a story. Really, whether you write or whether you don't is of no importance. Why aspire to authorship?" Before they married she had counted herself an author already. She winced. But his remonstrance, affectionate as it was, took the pluck out of her. She let the subject down and put her aspirations on the shelf. She divided her time between the baby and the books henceforth, though the baby came gradually to receive the larger share. They had 3 children, and an odious little house in Balham, when she did pencil Act I, a drawing room. At last. She did not mean to let Harding guess her project till the comedy was finished. She knew that he would have discouraged her, that he would have repeated that she had no qualifications for dramatic work, or at best that it was years too soon for her to attempt it. But she told herself that when the piece was done, when she read it to him and saw his pleasure, that would make amends for everything. She pictured his surprise as she said carelessly, "Oh, by the way, if you can spare an hour this evening, there is something I want you to hear." The anxiety of his gaze as she produced the manuscript and announced, "A comedy in 3 acts." She could imagine that too. He would sit down nervously, twisting his moustache, and of course her voice would wobble frightfully. Then presently his face would change, she foresaw his smile, the sudden lift of his head at a good line, the growing wonder of his expression. In her hopes she heard him explain that her work had wit, brilliance, and, above all, reality, that she had amazed and made him proud of her. It was a young and rather foolish woman's dream, but it sprang from her love for him quite as much as from her personal ambitions. And she wrote. She drove her pen in secret for months. She was not a slow writer, far from it, but there were few occasions on which she could feel confident of being undisturbed. Her best hours were when there was a "first night" somewhere, for then there was no danger of Harding popping into the room before she could thrust the manuscript out of sight. While the critic sat in judgment at the theatre, his wife sat in Belgium, scribbling dialogue with a rapidity that would have horrified him. Indeed, it made her distrust herself in moments. She questioned if it was possible for first-rate work to be produced so quickly. Yet, when she read the scene, it sounded capital. She came to the conclusion that her swiftness proved her to be even more accomplished as a dramatist than she had supposed. Harding generally found her in high good humor when he returned. And though it was very late, for now his notices had to be delivered before he went home, he used to tell her the plot of the play that he had been to see, and she would agree sapiently with all his observations. The disciple had in fact become a companion by now, and despite the state of the exchequer, Harding knew no regret for having married her. When he recalled the uncultured girl of the honeymoon, and contrasted her with the woman who understood most of his English references and quotations, he was delighted with the success he had effected. It was with a shock, a shudder, one day, that he picked off the mantelpiece a bill for typewriting "The Audacity of Dinah" in 3 acts. Forebodings hinted that his success wasn't quite so triumphant as he had thought. "What's this?" Oh, how stupid she had been to leave it there! Now she had to tell him the great news differently from the way she had planned. "It's mine." "I see it is," said Harding. "The Audacity of Dinah?" Her nod was embarrassed. "Yes." "I didn't know you were writing." "No, I didn't want you to know till I could read it to you. I meant to tell you after dinner. I'm very anxious to hear if you think it will do." She flushed and smiled shyly. "I'm rather pleased with it. I've been at it a long time. I think I've done something you'll find a good word for." "Baby," said Harding, pinching her cheek, "I've no doubt I shall find a good word for it, but I'm afraid I shall have to say things you won't like too. I shall be quite candid with you, I warn you." "Oh, that's just what I want," she declared, laughing happily. "I want you to forget who I am altogether. You must be just Herbert Harding listening to a new author. No compliments, no what's the word? Euphemisms. It's to be real criticism, please." "All right," he said. "Well, when am I to hear it? At once?" "I think after dinner will be best. I've always pictured you listening to it after dinner, and there'll be nothing to interrupt us when the last post has been. Mind, I shall be awfully frightened. You must make allowances for that." Something in her hearing, in her voice, more still perhaps something in the fact that she was dear to him, raised his hopes. His suspense was nearly as keen as her own while they dined, and when the servant had shut the door, and Gertrude commanded him to "sit down in that chair," and to refrain from looking at her for the first few minutes, his hands were not quite steady as he filled his pipe. She drew her own chair to the table, and after an instant's hesitation began to read. Harding listened intently, his gaze fixed on the fire, and before she had read for half an hour astonishment laid hold of him. A while ago, catching something of her excitement, he had fancied that the play might reveal a talent that he had underrated, a promise of good things to come. Originally he had fancied that it would repel him, but at no time had he fancied that it would be quite so dejecting as it was. He was astounded that any woman who had studied so much good work could be capable of writing so badly. The man suffered, silently and acutely suffered, as, gaining courage, she declaimed her travesty of human nature with gusto. He pitied her. He could have wept for her. He would rather have been compelled to sit out a pantomime every night for a year than to tell her the truth. But she closed the covers of Act I and said, with her soul in her eyes, "Well?" He shifted the pipe between his teeth and stifled a groan. "Let me hear it right through," he answered, postponing the evil moment. "Act II," she continued in a clear voice. It was 11 o'clock when the ordeal ended. His wife leant back in her seat, her hands clasped in her lap, and waited. Despairingly he sought for some particle of honest praise. "The theme isn't bad," he said. "Ah, but it isn't worked out properly." "Oh," he hastened to add, "there are lots of very pretty lines." "That's nice," she beamed. "You put them in the wrong people's mouths, though. In the last act you make your misanthrope talk like the Cheeryble brothers." "Kindness has changed his nature, then. Don't you like the girl?" "She's not consistent," he complained. "She's 17 one minute and 35 the next. She has had no social experience, yet she scores off the woman of the world in every answer. That's the fault all through. If you see a chance for something smart, you can't resist it, whether it's appropriate to the character or not. The mother makes an epigram in the situation where she thinks her son has been killed. She'd be inarticulate. She wouldn't fire off epigrams." There was a long pause. At last she said, stonily, "In other words, you don't think anything of it?" He shifted his pipe again. "Well—" "Oh, be frank, Herbert," she cried. She was very white. "There mustn't be any humbug between you and me." "It's no good, Gertie," he confessed wretchedly. She gathered it up and put it in a drawer, and shut the drawer very quietly. Her mouth had hardened. He was a distinguished critic and her husband, but she was an author, and her pride was in arms. For the first time she doubted his wisdom. For the first time she opposed her will to his. It was no good, he had said. She could not accept the pronouncement. She would prove to him that he was wrong. "We won't talk any more about it," she said presently, when he offered some feeble comfort. "I've made a mistake, that's all." But she meant that her mistake was having invited his opinion, not having written the comedy. She determined to submit it to the Piccadilly Theatre without delay. Of course she would not put her own name to it now. As he thought it so worthless, he would probably object to its being known as his wife's even if it were produced. She would choose a pseudonym, and if her work were taken, if it made a success, she would mention to him very gently but firmly that he was too ready to find fault, that his prejudices warped his judgment, in fact, that he wasn't quite so excellent a critic as he believed himself to be. At this point it may be stated that his criticism of The Audacity of Dinah was absolutely sound. The piece was every bit as bad as he thought it. She posted the manuscript the following afternoon, and many weeks later it was returned to her with regret. The Piccadilly, she said doggedly, was not the only theatre in London. She made up the parcel once more and sent it to the Diadem. The Diadem also regretted, and took longer to communicate the fact. To several West End theatres the comedy was offered unavailingly, and then she reread the brief note with rapture several times. A manager wrote asking her to call. Not before the contract was signed and stamped did she announce her news to Harding. It was a great moment for her. Nearly 18 months had passed since the day of the reading, but she had not forgotten the humiliation that he had inflicted. He realized that suddenly, discomfortingly, by the inflections of her voice, by the look in her eyes, by her new air of self-esteem. "I am very glad for you," he faltered, and she replied, "I am sure you are, dear," with a touch of patronage. He did not attend the production himself. As he explained to her, he would have been bound to express his convictions sincerely. The editor put on another man to "do" The Audacity of Dinah, and, on the whole, the other man's notice was favorable. With a few exceptions, all the press was tolerant. Better still, the piece captured the public. The booking next day was brisk, and increased steadily through the week. On the second Saturday night they played to the capacity of the house. The comedy came to be known as one of the few genuine successes of the year, and of course it had leaked out that the author was Mrs. Herbert Harding. The illustrated journals devoted a page to her photograph, favoring their readers with details of her literary methods, and with her views on the world in general. A manufacturer's advertisements informed the kingdom that The Audacity of Dinah had been written with a dash-away fountain pen, price 10 shillings and 6 of all stationers. She lectured to the Front Row Club on how to write a play. Posters proclaimed the 300th performance, and various theatrical managers expressed a deferential hope that they too might be privileged to produce some of her brilliant work. They were. She has never written anything so popular since, but she has reeled out several successful plays of similar quality. The Hardings have removed from Balham, and live in a high-sounding terrace at a fashionable gate, and the children often caution Herbert not to make a noise on the stairs, because mamma is busy. Gertrude is a personage who speaks with quiet authority in the home to-day, and drives to rehearsal in a 1,000-guinea motor-car. When he goes alone, the critic takes an omnibus, and feels more cheerful. In spite of the luxurious menage that she provides, he wishes frequently that he were alone for good. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. The Back of Bohemia. Part 1. As two ladies came out of the florist's in the Rue Royale and moved towards their carriage, the younger of the pair gave a start of surprise and exclaimed, "Ernest!" "Who?" said Lady Liddington vaguely. Her niece was already shaking hands with him, a young man with a voluminous necktie and a soft felt hat, who looked poor and clever and bohemian. "Ernest!" she cried. "How glad I am to see you! Kate? Who'd have thought of meeting you here?" He gazed at her with astonishment and admiration. "I should hardly have recognized you." "I've grown up. Let me, my aunt, Lady Liddington. You've often heard of Ernest, Aunt Madge. I was his first critic. And your mother and father?" "Quite well, thanks." "They're with you?" "No, oh no, they're still in Coblenz. The governor grumbles to me regularly once a month. The mater bears it better. Poor old governor. He was meant to lounge through life with a rosebud in his buttonhole, wasn't he? I've been living in Paris nearly 5 years now." "And working?" "And working. I'm a painter, of sorts, at last." "I can see you're a painter," laughed the girl. "Why of sorts?" "Art is a very arduous profession, I believe," murmured Lady Liddington politely. Mentally, she was praying that no one who knew her would happen to pass. Really, the young man was a sight. "Do you exhibit?" "Not yet. I only sell." "Oh, I always understood—" "I'm at the lowest of the practical stages, Lady Liddington. At present I sell, somehow. Later on I shall manage to exhibit and be unable to sell. Finally I hope to exhibit and sell too. But the way is long." "I see," she replied, profoundly uninterested. "A real live artist," said Miss Ormerod gaily. "How proud you must be! It seems only the other day that you were a boy at home, dreaming dreams." "Yes, I was good at dreams. Dreams don't need anatomy. How well I remember it all." "You must come and see us," she said, "and soon. I've 100 questions to ask you. What are we doing tomorrow, Aunt Madge?" Tomorrow? There's the Elysee in the evening, you know, and the next night, I'm afraid. But if tomorrow afternoon—" "I shall be delighted," he said. The victoria drove away, and the two occupants mused for a moment. The elder was the first to speak. "Your introduction was delicious. Who is the gentleman?" "You don't mean to say you don't know him? Ernest!" "Yes, I heard you call him Ernest. I shouldn't do it again if I were you. Hasn't he a surname by any chance?" "Not call him? Oh, how absurd! He's Ernest Mallock. Why, we were almost like brother and sister, till his people had to leave Moyamehane and go abroad. My mother must have spoken of them to you 1,000 times." "Oh," said Lady Liddington, "he's Cyril Mallock, is he? But you're not in the wilds of County Roscommon now, remember. You're grown up, and—" "And the Mallocks have lost all their money," concluded Miss Ormerod with warmth. "Don't leave that out, because it's really what you want to say. Yes, they're ruined, and what of it? If you think it's any reason why I should cut a boy in the streets who—" "My dear," said the other plaintively, "I did not suggest that you should cut anybody in the streets. I only hinted. It's very unkind of you to talk like that." The girl turned apologetically. "Poor Aunt Madge. Yes, I was bolting, wasn't I? I'm sorry. But if you knew how happy it made me to see him. It was like a bit of my childhood crossing the road. It was Ernest who taught me to sit a horse and how to throw a fly. It was Ernest who taught me not to paint. He used to kiss me up to the time I was 15. My dear, she looked apprehensively at the coachman's back. Don't! So he is Lord Fernahoe's nephew, that young man in the distressing costume? Of course he has no chance of succession, not the slightest. Fernahoe has a son, and I've met him. He's 20 years of age and quite offensively robust. Wins cups and things, and takes absurd dumbbells in his portmanteau when he stays anywhere. Your friend can go on dressing like a disreputable glazier for ever, if that's the only prospect he can boast. I don't suppose he even thinks of it. His clothes seem to jar you like an anarchist banner. He used to be rather a dandy, I can tell you, till the crash came, and Lord Fernahoe might have paid off the mortgage without feeling it. Hateful man! But he quarrelled with the Mallocks years ago. Very strange, isn't it? Perhaps his brother did something disgraceful. Why on earth should it be Mr. Mallock's fault? Well, I'm sure I don't know, my dear. Only one of them must have been to blame. It's very certain, and it's always pleasanter to blame the people you don't meet, don't you think so? How sweet those roses smell, but what a price! I'm sorry we bought them. Men said of Madge Liddington that she was a good sort. Her worldliness was not disagreeable, not too real. She herself said that she knew what she ought to do, but somehow never did it. Her theories were more cynical than her heart, and on the morrow, when Mallock came, she was gracious and even cordial. He had made some concessions to the fashionable address. His clothes, if shabby, were less unconventional today, and obviously he had no idea of falling in love with Kate. There was too little formality between them for a chaperone to be wholly pleased, but at the same time there was nothing on either side to suggest the existence of sentiment. "Tell me all," said Miss Ormerod. "Tell me frankly, does it come up to your expectations? You're a painter, you're in Paris, you're in Bohemia. Is it all as lovely as you thought it was going to be? Does everybody talk art and rave about the time when he will make a school and discuss his methods over bocks and cigarettes? What are you painting now? Can we see your studio?" "Which am I to answer first?" he laughed. "Talk, tell me what the life's like." "It's all right. Yes, some of us do prose about our methods, I'm afraid, and we drink a great deal many bocks, when we've the money to pay for them, and my Paris isn't a bit like your Paris. It's a different world." "It must be heavenly. If I'd had any talent I should have loved to go in for it myself. And do you know any clever people besides artists, authors and actors, I mean? Do you know any people with long hair? Frenchmen seem to go to one extreme or the other. Their hair's either waving in the breeze or too short to part. All the people who come here are the cropped and dull ones." "Kate?" "Well, they are, Aunt Madge. Do you know Sardou, or Alphonse Daudet, or Sarah Bernhardt?" He shook his head. "No, I know one or two English correspondents. I did a piece of newspaper work myself not long ago." "Really?" "In collaboration. Gladstone was expected in Paris, and my friend thought he'd like to send an interview with him to his paper. We wrote it together at one of the tables outside a café on the Boul' Mich' while Gladstone was still travelling towards the Gare du Nord. We credited him with some highly interesting views. I don't know if they were ever published." "Oh, and do you prefer living here to being in London?" inquired Lady Liddington. "Or couldn't you work so well at home?" "I've scarcely thought about it," he said with a shrug. "This is my home now. Oh, I should say London be ghastly, unless one were making a big income. For the smaller fry—" "Dull?" "I shouldn't like it. I've heard about it. A fellow that I know here works for London. Black and white work, you know. "Oh, rather funny. Did you ever see a magazine called The Lantern? It's very earnest, and only 6d. Last month poor Tassie had to illustrate the line, 'He strolled meditatively through the summer night.' He made the man lighting a cigar. The other day he got his sketch back. The editor wrote reprovingly that in The Lantern they didn't smoke." He stayed an hour, and, in the circumstances, could one do less, when he rose, than fix an evening for his dining there? After he had dined there, what was more natural than that he should call? 2 afternoons, a dinner, and a host of mutual memories. The earlier friendship was revived, and Lady Liddington bowed to the inevitable. They saw him frequently now. He sent tickets to them, and met them to explain the virtues of the pictures, and if the elder woman, failing to understand why magenta cattle should graze on purple grass, sometimes sat down with a headache and left Kate to wander round the room with him alone, was she a chaperone without defence? They were not in love, but they were in danger. He had begun to look forward to the meetings, and so had the girl. He interested her. She was interesting to him. He had been right in saying that they belonged to different worlds, and that their lives were the antithesis of each other had itself a fascination, the deeper for the fact that they had once been so much alike. He knew his Bullier, his Montmartre, the minor studios, and the third-rate cafes. He wasn't unfamiliar with the interior of the nearest Mont de Piété, but of the Paris unfolded to Lady Liddington's niece he knew very little. It was a novel experience to him to see a dinner-table poetized by flowers and a Salviati service. It was even a strange thing to Mallock to be sitting in a room with 2 ladies and listening to ladies' conversation. If, as the weeks passed, he told himself that he was being a fool, it must be conceded that the temptation to folly was a strong one, but it must also be acknowledged that he told the truth. He already thought much too often of Miss Ormerod for a man who could not hope to marry her, and yet he continued to see her because he was too weak to stay away. Then he knew that he loved her. He ceased at last to excuse himself by saying that he found her companionable, that there was nothing in it. He knew that he loved her, that the world was peopled by men, women, and Kate Ormerod, that she stood on a plane by herself, different from everyone else. Paris now, the Paris that was open to him, stank in his nostrils. When he could not be with her during the day, he worked doggedly and badly, finding occupation a relief to his impatience. But in the evening to paint was impossible, and it was in the evening that he ate his heart out. He had not the faintest right ever to own his feelings to her, and he was aware of it. If he acted properly, he would assert that he had to go to Caudebec or somewhere and say good-bye, but he could not string himself to the necessary pitch. And after all, he argued, since he confessed nothing, asked for nothing, why should he deny himself the only happiness that he possessed? Yes, he was passionately in love with her. But if he didn't say so, what harm did it do? It would end by making him infernally miserable. Well, that was his affair. He would be infernally miserable anyhow. However, if the man was not disposed to do his duty, the time had arrived when Lady Liddington had to do hers. One morning, when he called with some tickets and was shown into the drawing-room, she was in it alone, reading a Tauchnitz novel. Kate was practising, he was told. Indeed, he could hear the piano. "I was going to write to you," said Lady Liddington. "We're returning to London." He stared at her blankly. "It's an awful bore. We meant to stay quite 2 months longer, but things pull me back." "You go soon?" "Tomorrow. And I'm such a shocking sailor." Miss Ormerod had begun Chopin's second nocturne. Mallock listened to a line of it intensely, Without realizing he listened, he felt that he had turned pale, and that it was essential to say something, but his mind refused to yield a commonplace. Lady Liddington, who had avoided plain speaking with her niece by the same pretext, was no longer confident that the necessity for plain speaking had been escaped. "I'm sorry," he said, at last. He played with the book she had put down. "Is it good?" he asked desperately. "It's a romance. No, stereotyped. A romance always ends with a marriage." "Isn't that realistic?" "Marriage is generally the end of romance." "You're practical, Mr. Mallock." "Quite the reverse, I'm afraid," he stammered, hot with the sudden fear that she might be imputing mercenary motives. Their gaze met in a pause, and she answered him gently. "Ah, well, to be practical is often distressing." "This is au revoir, then?" He got up. "Shall I see Miss Ormerod?" "I don't think she has been told you're here. I'll let her know." "Please don't trouble. I can say good-bye as I pass the room. I hope you will have a smooth crossing." He wasn't forbidden, and his face thanked her. Kate lifted her head as the handle turned. "You!" "So you're going away?" he said, huskily. "We go tomorrow?" Her voice was nervous. "Your aunt just told me. I shan't see you any more." "Not before we leave, I suppose. I mayn't see you again at all. Perhaps you won't come back to Paris." "Oh, yes, some time." "I shall miss you horribly. I don't know what I shall do without you." "We've been very good friends." She stroked a key of the piano slowly. "It seems a long while since we met again." "Good-bye," said Mallock jerkily. He put out his hand, and she rose. His misery glowed in his eyes, in hers, but he dared not read them. He caught her hand to his lips and kissed it, and went out. Lady Liddington heard the door close. The nocturne was not resumed. Part 2. Well, it was all over. He had never been so wretched in his life. He walked away aimlessly. It was nothing to him where he went. Outside the Grand Hotel he collided with a gentleman hurrying from the courtyard. Both looked round with resentment. The gentleman was his father. The next instant Mallock realized that his father was in deep mourning. "Good God, my mother!" he faltered. "Your mother was never better," exclaimed the other gaily, clapping him on the shoulder. "She sends her love and 1,000 messages. I was on my way to you. Let me look at you. Well, well, well. It is good to see you again, Ernest. You know the news, don't you?" "News? What news?" "What news? You haven't heard? Prepare yourself," he chuckled. "Prepare yourself, my boy." "Something good?" "It is very sad," returned his father, suddenly assuming an expression of solemnity. "Very terrible. But as we have seen nothing of them for so long, my brother and his son are dead. Drowned. A yacht accident. Poor Maurice. He had his faults, but poor Maurice. Let's go inside. You haven't lunched, have you? I'll tell you all about it." The Bohemian listened, half stupefied. "You're Lord Fernahoe?" he said. "You're Lord Fernahoe now?" "And you're the Honourable Ernest Mallock. Better than your profession, eh? Not but what you might have a studio still, if you fancied it. It would be rather chic, and all the pretty women could come and have their portraits painted. But to think you didn't know!" "I haven't opened a paper for a week. But Miss Ormerod's here with Lady Liddington. It's amazing they haven't seen it." "Well, of course they've seen it." "I can swear they haven't. Great heavens, Governor, what a change for you!" "Yes," said the peer complacently, It'll be a change, after Coblenz. I've borne my reverses, Ernest. I've never complained, but my health is not what it was. I haven't the physique for the life of a poor man." He spoke as if he had been condemned to be a dock labourer. "How do you think I'm looking?" "You're looking as well as ever, and as young." "Nonsense, nonsense! Ha, ha! What'll you drink? We had better have champagne. My doctor advises a glass of champagne. You must order some clothes. You are damn shabby. Go to a tailor to-day. Don't forget. What are you doing with yourself this evening?" "Nothing," said Mallock. "That's to say—" "Nothing that won't keep. You'll meet me, and we'll have a little dinner together, and Bignon's is gone, isn't it? Oh, yes. Where do you go, as a rule?" "I?" He smiled grimly. "I'm afraid my haunts would hardly suit you." "No, I suppose not. Well, all that's finished. You've grown very handsome, Ernie. You remind me of myself when I was your age. I may say that now, an old man. But you look dazed. It was a horrible affair. Poor Maurice, poor Maurice. But don't look so dazed." "You've staggered me," said Mallock, gulping his wine. If you don't mind, I'll leave you now. Where shall we meet?" "Call for me here," said Fernahoe, airily. "Say 6 o'clock. There are some things I've got to attend to. I have to be shaved, and... By the way, tomorrow I can let you have a substantial sum. In the meanwhile, here's something to go on with. I suppose it'll be useful. 6 o'clock, then, sharp. And don't forget the tailor. Ta-ta." "6 o'clock. Thanks. I won't be late." Lord Fernahoe signed to a cabman. His son stood stupidly on the curb after the cab had rattled away. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was set. After a minute he crossed the road and turned down the Avenue de l'Opéra, still with the fixed stare. Among the traffic of the Rue de Rivoli he hesitated. He seemed in doubt. Then he shrugged his shoulders and slouched on, away from fashion, to the Place Saint-Michel. On the boulevard one or two threw him a greeting. He did not know it. His face was grey. Now and again he wiped the perspiration from it with a hand that shook. Threading his way through a maze of dilapidated streets, he came to a narrow doorway next to a shop window packed high with charcoal and wood. There was a flight of dirty stairs, and he mounted them very slowly. The room was bedroom and parlour too. The bed was in disorder. On the table the remainder of a stew that had been hot 2 hours ago was stiffening in the gravy. A baby of 12 months, unkempt, uncared for, lay fretting on a pillow on the floor, and a woman in a flannel dressing-gown sat reading an English novelette. She turned her untidy head, shedding a hairpin as she moved. "Oh, here you are," said Ernest Mallock's wife. He threw himself on the bed. "I'm here." "Have you brought back any money?" "Take all you want." "My word!" she exclaimed with delight. "You're in luck." "Yes," he groaned. "I'm devilish lucky." She stooped for the fallen hairpin and picked her teeth with it. "Where does it come from?" "You've never sold that old Solitude, surely?" "Oh, for God's sake, be quiet," he said. "I'm tired." "Where have you been? Everything's got cold. Shall I hot it up for you?" "No, never mind, Bessie." "It won't take a minute." "I don't want it." "How's that?" she asked sullenly. "I had déjeuner out." "Oh, you had your déjeuner out again. Who with? You've taken to déjeunerring out a good deal, haven't you? Jolly for me, I'm sure. Stuck at home with the kid while you're enjoying yourself. Seems to me you're all alike." "Does it?" "Yes, it does," she said angrily, imitating his inflection. Yes, it does, Mr. Sneerer, and I tell you more, I don't believe there's a decent one among the lot of you. Do you hear? Oh, I saw you the other day in the Rue Scribe with 2 women. Very classy they were, to look at. You didn't see me, did you? But I saw you. Who were they? Answer me that. They were ladies that I might have known better if I had had more sense. I suppose that's meant for me. You didn't look at the young one as if you'd like to eat her up, did you? Be quiet, he burst out. Now then, be quiet. I won't have you speak about her. I've had enough. Oh, what a fine gentleman. Not speak about her, eh? His wife mustn't so much as speak about her. We've come to a pretty pass. Listen to your father, my blessing, and she was no beauty neither. Fine better figures than hers in any life class for all her swank. Any girl who ain't his wife, that's it. So long as she ain't his wife, any girl's good enough for a man. I could look like it too, if you gave me the money to do it on. Won't have me speak about her? Who do you think you're talking to? I've a good mind to smack your face. He clasped his hands on his head and lay motionless. I'm tired, he repeated wearily. For God's sake, shut up. I want to go to sleep. But it wasn't true. He wanted to think. He wanted to curse himself and die. In memory he was reliving the night of his first meeting with her. An English girl in a divan off the Boulevard Saint-Martin, insulted on the evening of his presence by a French student. He recalled the enthusiasm with which he had knocked the man down, the general row, the cry of "English chaps forward!" She wept and blessed him on the pavement at 2 o'clock in the morning. It transpired that she was virtuous, and he afforded the quarter another example of the English eccentricity. After reflection, he offered to send her back to London. She had been unhappy there. She wept again and didn't want to go. He supported her until she found employment as a model. She was pretty. Was the end surprising? She thought she was in love with him. Let him see as much. And he was in love with romance. Whom had he to study? Life with her would be very jolly. It was a boy's infatuation for Bohemia, while Bohemia was foreign to him. His front had been delightful. He married her. This was the back of it. She picked up the paper, and he regarded her under lowered lids. She was pretty still, but he hated every expression on her face. He hated her every attitude, and the notes of her laugh. Every little harmless habit that she had made his nerves ache. It was 4:30. This evening he would have to confess the truth to his father. How to do it? And he must tell Bessie of her new importance and witness her ecstasies. The hands of a tawdry French clock crept on. If he meant to keep the appointment, he must go soon. The novelette engrossed her now. Flies swarmed about the table, settling on the meat. The dirty baby slept. When the clock struck again, Mallock dragged himself from the unmade bed to announce his marriage. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. The Lady of Lyons. The jovial solicitor who smacked his clients on the back had absconded, and the minor poet had no longer £50 per annum. Although he was a minor poet, which, strangely enough, is a term of contempt in this country, though we are enjoined to be grateful for even small mercies, he was as human as minor novelists and minor critics, and he suffered. Also he woke. He realized how small had been the world's demand for the wares in which he dealt. He acknowledged that for 20 years he had been living on his little income, not on his little books. His name was Smith. It was perhaps one of the reasons why his poetry was unread. Only a reviewer possessed of unusual courage could have discovered the great poetry of Mr. Smith. Only a poet devoid of commercial instincts could have failed to adopt a nom de guerre. In the face of disaster, Mr. Smith did not make precisely this reflection, but he reflected painfully that a lack of commercial ability was no longer a matter to be recognized with a smile. He stood among the daffodils in the village garden, and asked heaven what would become of him. He was 37. The only craft that he had learnt was useless, and he had to earn his bread and cheese. As heaven returned no answer, he sought the advice of friends. He was a lovable creature, though a writing man, and his friends were sympathetic. They all invited him to dinner, and assured him warmly that they would bear his necessities in mind. If anything turned up, he might rely upon their telegraphing to him. Being of a trustful disposition, Mr. Smith returned to the daffodils, encouraged. And they withered while he waited for a telegram. When they hung their heads, he sought advice again. This time his friends did not invite him to dinner, but they pointed out to him, lest he should overlook it, that he was a poet, in other words, that he was a difficult person to serve. "You have no experience, you see," they said frankly. "You are intelligent, but you have no experience, Robert." When a man is untravelled in the groove that we ourselves tread, we say that he has no experience. One afternoon the poet went abroad. The journey cost him a penny, and he travelled from Charing Cross as far as the Bank. He was bound for an office in Lombard Street, and as he called by appointment, a clerk showed him promptly to Mr. Hutton's private room. The business man who received him had once been a little boy in a sailor suit, and he and Robert had played together in a nursery. To-day he had numerous financial irons in the fire, and one of them required an obedient gentleman to watch it. Affection suggested Robert for the post. The duties were simple, and the salary was slight, but if the iron came out in good condition, there was to be a slice of the iron too. They chatted for a long while. Robert was admitted to some confidences about the other irons, the patents and the shares and the concessions. All the time that he listened he was seeing the business man as a little boy in a sailor suit again, and was awestruck to hear the little boy talking so glibly of such mysteries. Blankly he felt that he himself had omitted to grow up. He decided that people were right in declaring that he had no experience. It appeared to him suddenly that he had learnt nothing in his life. But of course he had learnt many things, though never the most important one: how to make money. Often they were interrupted by the telephone bell, and during one of the colloquies on the telephone Mr. Hutton seemed depressed. Robert feared he was being browbeaten until he hung up the receiver and announced, smiling, that he had "made £500 by that conversation." It was miraculous. Robert had not made £500 by 20 years of work. "Let's go out and get a cup of coffee," said Mr. Hutton, and piloted the poet through a maze of alleys to a retiring doorway. "What will you have to drink?" The poet discovered that after 2 o'clock a cup of coffee in the city is generally a synonym for a whiskey and soda. The little bar was crowded, and he was surprised at seeing such a number of business men doing nothing so leisurely. One man to whom he was introduced asked him if he knew how the house closed, but he did not even know what it meant. They discoursed in groups and a strange language. Robert was flooded by compassion for the barmaid. All expounded different views, and all the views were equally unintelligible to him. The only point of unanimity he perceived was the wisdom of having a fiver each way. As often as anybody entered, the several groups waved hands, and the newcomer accepted a whiskey and soda with a piece of lemon in it among the group he fancied best. On leaving, Mr. Hutton remarked that he had "sometimes made as much as £1,000 by dropping in there." Robert reeled. Soon he went every day to the strange land where man talked a language that he did not know. It had been decided that he should watch the iron in the neighbourhood, so that Mr. Hutton might extend a guiding hand without discomfort, and an office was rented in Eastcheap. Eastcheap is a sour-smelling thoroughfare into which dirty loafers emerge from the courts of Billingsgate in order that they may have more room to spit. Distressing as Robert found it to sit in the office, he found it more distressing to go out. Of course, not many people see the city. Myriads saw it once, but that was when they came there in their youth. Few are to be discovered in the city who remember how it looks. Occasionally a clerk in his first berth may be found who sees the city, but he is not promised to the casual searcher, for city clerks as a body are observant in the streets of one thing only. They observe neckties. This passion, to which the hosiers of the district pander inordinately, was displayed to the poet between the hours of 1 and 2, wet or fine. From desk to food, from food to desk, streamed the black multitude, expressionless, torpid and unseeing, until neckties flaunted in a window. Then the vacant faces brightened, and there was a block. The rule of the pavement is known everywhere excepting in the city, where it is most needed, but at the hosiers' windows pedestrianism became more than an effort, it became a feat. Robert's eyes had no custom in them. Robert did see the city, and he was unhappier than he had poetry to tell. For that matter, he did not try to tell it. He wrote nothing now but figures, and commercially ungrammatical epistles which took him a long time to compose. For 20 years he had believed his rushlight was a star. He had done with illusion at last. Illusion was in its grave, and the failure laid his hope of laurels on the top. Yet he thought tenderly of illusion. The funeral was over, but he mourned. He had embraced a new career, but he did not love it. Although he repeated that the past was dead, he could not prevent its ghost haunting Eastcheap. There were moments when it chilled the iron. Often, as he forced his dreary way to luncheon, it walked beside him. He lunched sometimes with his preserver in the restaurants of the employers. Generally he lunched with the ghost in the restaurants of the employed. He noted that in the former the meat was tainted less frequently. On the other hand, the employed were served by clean, quiet girls instead of by sleazy, vociferous waiters. One afternoon he lunched at an establishment that he had not tried before. The ghost had been insistent all the morning. He found a vacant seat, hung up his hat, and examined the bill of fare. He was in one of the more modest restaurants of Messrs. Lyons, and around him young men and women with blank faces chumped beefsteak pudding and read sixpenny editions of the novels that are written for them. The girl beside him ordered apple tart. Her voice was pleasant, and momentarily he regretted that in reading she leant her cheek upon her palm, for she hid her profile. It should have been a pretty profile, to match her voice. Moved by an impulse of curiosity, he glanced at the page she pondered, and then he dropped the menu. She was reading his own verse. "Good God!" he exclaimed. "I beg your pardon," said the girl, surveying him with dignity. "I apologize," stammered the poet. "I was startled." Evidently she found his excuse inadequate, and he was thankful that at this moment they were left with the table to themselves. "I meant that I was startled to see the book you were reading," he explained. "I see nothing startling in it," said the lady, still frigid. He felt that she might have expressed herself more happily, but he was in no position to rebuke her. "Of course, in one sense it isn't startling at all," he concurred. "In fact, it's very feeble." "I am afraid I can't agree with you," rejoined his reader, and the haughtiness of her contradiction warmed his heart. "You can't mean you really like it." "I like it very much." She had grey eyes that challenged him scornfully. He sunned himself in her disdain. "Did you buy it?" he asked, a tremor in his tone. "Really," she began, but his air was so respectful that she added the next instant, "Yes, for 2 pence, second hand." "Ah," said the poet, "still, it's a most extraordinary occurrence." She looked away from him with a frown. Her attention was divided between his verse and the apple tart. Robert sat a prey to temptation. To melt her by avowing himself would be ridiculous, but agreeable. Succumbing, he murmured, "To tell you the truth, I am glad you like the book." "Eh?" she said. "Why?" "Because I wrote it." It should have been a dramatic moment, but the girl bungled her part and disbelieved him. Fully 5 minutes were devoted to convincing her. However, the 5 minutes brought such a flutter of pink to her cheeks, so tender a glow into her eyes, that the time was by no means wasted. "I couldn't expect to meet a poet in the city," she pleaded. "And certainly I couldn't expect to meet any gentle reader here," said Robert. He examined the slim volume ruefully. "In such good condition, and only 2 pence," he complained. "If it had been more I mightn't have bought it," she said. He found himself resigned to the book's having been marked down to 2 pence. She told him that she wrote shorthand in an office in Cornhill. Eastcheap lay in the same direction, and after she had gone he felt that it would have been pleasurable to walk some of the way beside her. He was sorry, too, that he had omitted to inquire if she irradiated the restaurant daily. On the morrow he betook himself to Lyons with hope. He descried the lady at a distant table, and it had the charm of vacant chairs. There was no reason why he should ignore them. "You are often in the city, then?" she asked as he sat down. "I come every day," said Robert, and seeing she was mystified, he added, "I am in an office here, like you." But plainly this mystified her more still. "Do you mean you are in business?" "Truly," he told her. "I think I shall have roast beef." "I should try the mutton," she said. "But you are a poet." "I used to fancy myself one." It was very absurd, but before they paid their bills he was informing her that he had divorced his muse and was in a foreign land alone. This time they left the restaurant together. "That, O foreigner," said the Lady of Lyons, "is the Royal Exchange." "I know," said Robert, "but what do they exchange in it?" "I have no idea," she confessed. "If you like, we will ask a policeman." "A curious thing about policemen," remarked the poet, "is that if you want a polite answer, you should avoid putting your question politely. They are conspicuously a class who respect rudeness. How long have you been coming to the city to learn so much about it?" "I have been coming to the city for 9 years," she said, "and I have learnt a great deal. I know now where the tower is, and which of the benches under the trees make you feel most Harrison Ainsworthy, and I know the shop in Cornhill that sells the best twopenny tarts. They are small, but peerless." "If you hadn't bought my verses you might have had another," sighed Robert. "Some day, when I have made my fortune, I shall give you one." "Thank you," she said. "I suppose you know what you are looking at across the road?" "I am looking at a bookshop," replied the poet. "You were meant to see the Mansion House," demurred his guide, "where the Lord Mayor lives." "I do not like Lord Mayors," said Robert. "They never ask me to their literary dinners." "They are punished for it," said the girl. "Once a year at midnight they drop their little glass slippers and their beautiful coat turns back into a pumpkin." "It serves them right," said the poet vengefully. But they were not always so foolish as this. To meet at luncheon became their custom, and sometimes their confidences were quite practical. By dint of lunching hurriedly on occasion, they made time to reach the tower together, and he approved her taste in benches. It was on the bench one day, when the sun shone, that she told him her history. Her history was so commonplace that she apologized for relating it, and her surprise was vast that he fell to reverie. "Why," he cried, "we have found a moral! It is you who are to be pitied, not I. What have I to mourn in the city? I have buried nothing here but the gift of making little verses. But you have buried the divinest gift of the gods, your beautiful youth. You have never had any pleasure in your life, yet you are content. I am ashamed." Not long afterwards his preserver exclaimed, "Bobby, I think you're getting acclimatized. You're putting your back into it. If you don't take care, you'll make money." "I aim at making money," said the poet with commercial staidness, and added irresponsibly, "I want to buy 2-penny tarts." It was just like him to bid farewell to verse making, and then to find his best poetry in the city. There are dreamers who would turn every opportunity to disadvantage. But the iron is shaping so well that when it becomes a limited liability company with another manager, Robert's slice should be substantial. We may imagine him going back to the daffodils. It is not impossible that there will be orange blossoms, and in the meantime there is certainly the luncheon hour. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tavarish. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. The Third M. Otto van Norden wrote ballads that were popular, but to attain this eminence he had, in his youth, sacrificed commercial prospects which might easily have provided him with wealth. So he often lamented his choice of a career as a terrible mistake. Nevertheless, as he had some private means, his life was no martyrdom, though he aspired vainly to a mansion and a motor. He had pleasant rooms, a good tailor, was frequently to be seen at the second-best restaurants, and spent as much of his time as possible on the Continent. It was indeed Van Norden who shocked the owner of a confession book by describing his favorite pastime as leaving England, and his pet aversion as coming back to it. At the age of 40 he fell seriously in love. He was a selfish man, though he inclined to lyrics like "Heaven were a void without thee," and "My life for my lady's glove," and he battled against the temptation bravely. Violet was young, captivating, and sang his ballads with considerable expression. He had really no chance. He took a wife and a villa in Dulwich. And if the music pirates hadn't begun to be so industrious, it is possible that he might have escaped regret even in the suburb that looks like a cemetery. To write popular songs in a country where stolen music was exposed for sale on every curbstone buttered no parsnips, and for matrimony the composer's private means were a tight fit. Not many quarter days had elapsed before he felt that his marriage had been as big a blunder as his profession. "Music and marriage," sighed Van Norden to the long, sad, empty roads of Dulwich. "But for music and marriage, how well off I might have been!" And then it struck him that both the calamities of his life began with an M. Some men might have attached no importance to it. Otto van Norden was impressed. He said that it was queer, this recurrence of the initial M. He was of the opinion that it meant something. Perhaps there was a warning to be derived? Yes, that must be it. If a third catastrophe occurred, doubtless the third too would be alliterative, and perhaps fatal. M was evidently an initial ominous to him, an initial to be shunned. From that moment he grew nervous of things beginning with an M. He abandoned the wish to revisit Mentone, and he would not have attempted a march if his publishers had begged for one. More quarter days flashed by, and meanwhile his fortunes remained unchanged. Self-respecting citizens still bought the stolen music, the private income was still a tight fit, and Dulwich was still the most melancholy of the suburbs. Then, when he had been married for 3 annual rentals, and the water rate over, hopes were entertained of a son and heir, and Violet suggested calling him Marmaduke. The composer was profoundly agitated. Her proposal was no caprice. She had an uncle Marmaduke with money, and Van Norden knew very well that opposition must appear to her unreasonable, since he could not explain it without hurting her feelings. He contested the point with tact. Kindly but firmly he disparaged the name of Marmaduke for months, all through the spring in fact. It was a name, he pointed out, more adapted to an elderly gentleman of portly presence than to a baby. It was not a tractable name, not amenable to abbreviation. Assuming that the child had a sensitive disposition, Violet would condemn him to years of suffering, for a boy who was christened Marmaduke would, when he went to school, certainly be called Marmalade. The last argument was at once successful. Violet's eyes filled with tears, and as she thanked her husband for sparing the poor little fellow the consequences of her thoughtlessness, the composer's relief was deeper than any who mock presentiments can understand. This was the first M that had menaced him since he perceived the significance of the initial to him, and nothing else noteworthy occurred until November. One day in November, when a pink and white bassinet was in readiness for the little fellow's advent, the master of the house awoke feeling as if he had a marble under his tongue. He did not mention the matter to Violet, but breakfasting with such an unfamiliar mouth was so discomforting that he sent the servant up to Dr. Lachlan with a request to him to look in during the morning. "I don't know what's happened to my mouth, Lachlan," he said. "It's for all the world as if a marble had rolled underneath my tongue in the night." "Let's have a look at it," said the medical man. "Ah, yes, yes, that hasn't come in the night. It's been coming for some time." "Is it serious?" "No, not necessarily. It wants removing." "Removing?" echoed Van Norden. "What do you mean by removing? You don't mean operating? Don't you think a good lotion—" "Oh, no, we shall have to operate," said Dr. Lachlan. "You may put it at the morning after next. Meantime, I'll get a competent anesthetist and arrange about a nurse for you." But it's very serious indeed," faltered the composer, dismayed. "Am I sure to get better? People sink under operations. We know that every operation is performed successfully, but the patient often dies the same day. What's the matter with me? What have I got?" "It's what we call myxoma." "My God!" exclaimed Van Norden. "It begins with an M." He was now intensely alarmed for himself. He was also alarmed lest the news should reach the ears of Violet, who was in no condition to be told such things. However, on the next morning but one she was unable to rise, so the preliminaries passed unnoticed by her. In a room on the first floor, Madame awaited the arrival of the son and heir. In a room on the second, Monsieur awaited the arrival of the surgeon. Few circumstances could have been more adverse to marital tranquillity. Few circumstances, therefore, could have been less favorable to the operation. The first person to tap at the second-floor door was the nurse engaged by Dr. Lachlan. "Good morning, nurse," said Van Norden. "Nobody has come yet. Sit down and make yourself at home." "Thank you," said the nurse. She added sympathetically, putting on her apron, "It's a trying time for you, I hear. What with one thing and another, sir?" Lachlan came in as blithely as if it were a party. "Well, how are we this morning?" he asked. "Good spirits? That's right. You'll be glad you've had this done. You'll feel much better once it's over. Ah, here's the man I'm waiting for. Morning, Major." Dr. Major, pleased to meet you," murmured the composer, feebly untruthful. Already the bedroom was taking a strange aspect to him, the aspect of a hospital. Bandages and bottles seemed to have sprung from nowhere. Lachlan poured fluids briskly in basins before the window, and Major set out mysterious articles from a black bag on the chest of drawers. The paraphernalia spread incessantly, and the nurse continued as if by magic to produce sheets and cans of hot water without having quitted the room. "I think we'll move the bed, nurse," said Lachlan, and they pulled it into the middle of the floor. The anesthetist felt the patient's pulse and applied the stethoscope, and Van Norden noticed for the first time that the pattern of the wallpaper resembled pink mushrooms in bunches of vermicelli. An oppressive tent was placed over his mouth. He felt very helpless, very childish all at once. The vapor of the ACE grew suffocating. His heart began to thump as if it would burst. He signalled the danger to Lachlan, and Lachlan gave a nod. Van Norden glared impotently. He was sure that he was the victim of a blunder, that this pounding of the heart was too violent to be safe. Now there was a roaring in his ears. The idiots were killing him, and he was gagged, defenseless. Momentarily he was faint with terror, and then a lethargy, which he mistook for courage, stole through him. It flattered his vanity to perceive with what listlessness he confronted death. He was being a hero. It was not unpleasant. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Nothing mattered in the least. His next impression was of being very cramped. In the midst of his consciousness there lurked the remembrance of the operation, and he assumed vaguely that it was over. He lay waiting to be congratulated, wondering why nobody spoke to him. Had he been left alone? He felt so bewilderingly limp that he couldn't turn, but he opened his mouth to say, "Are you there, Lachlan?" and to his horror emitted nothing but a baby's bleat. His mouth remained open with amazement, and gigantic fingers suddenly thrust something sickening into it, while an unfamiliar voice made ridiculous noises at him. Consternation held Van Norden spellbound. There were seconds in which he feared that he was insane. Presently another thought assailed him, one so startling that his blood ran cold. Minutes passed, minutes too terrible for words to paint. He gathered the fortitude to examine as much of his person as was exposed. The hands belonging to him were minute, the hands of an infant. He stared at them aghast and shuddering. There could be no doubt of it. He had died under the operation and had been born again. All that was natural enough, but the unforeseen and fearful thing was that he still remembered. He was once more a baby. Whose? The immense import of the question throbbed in him. Where he lay he could see no more of the room than the ceiling, and he was unable to judge whether he had been reincarnated in a mansion or a hovel. There had been a royal princess expecting a baby, he reflected. Great Scotland Yard, thought Van Norden, suppose I am royalty this time. But the remaining pessimism in him rejected the fancy almost as it rose. Too good to be true, he mused. I expect my father's a beggarly artist, or a curate. I don't suppose I'm even an only child. It's a ghastly situation. I wonder at what age one begins to forget. The woman with the gigantic fingers, or fingers comparatively gigantic, was speaking to someone now, and Van Norden listened intently, in the hope of ascertaining something of his prospects. "Yes," said the woman, "and her too, poor soul, don't know anything about it yet, of course. They won't tell her for days. He died a moment before the mite was born. Wrote songs and such like. Yes, they say the operation was quite successful, but he didn't rally. Too weak, you know. Oh, awfully sad." Grant me patience, thought Van Norden. I might have known it. I'm in that damned house in Dulwich still. "A quiet little thing, poor orphan, ain't it?" the monthly nurse went on, and then she leant over the cradle and made the ridiculous noise at him again. In a burst of fury Van Norden tried to swear at her, but he could produce only the baby's bleat. He yearned to be quiet, to be left undisturbed. There was so much to consider. He had allowed his life policy to lapse, and now he bitterly repented the false economy. He wondered what the furniture would fetch, and if Violet would be enabled to bring him up properly. Perhaps his father-in-law would come to her assistance. His grandfather, he ought to say now. It would be a pretty kettle of fish if his widow, that was to say his mother, were left to her own resources. What would become of him? A board school and a junior clerkship. I suppose it's entirely problematical whether I shall even inherit my musical talent, mused the unhappy infant. It's a nice lookout for me, I must say. But there, added the woman, a girl baby always does keep quieter than a boy. I am always thankful to see it a girl. Ookie tookie then, ain't I, my precious? Lord, the blessed lamb's choking. Van Norden had indeed turned purple in the face. A girl? Culminating calamity! A girl! The blankness of the girl's outlook, the poverty of the marriage that she must expect to make, was overwhelming. Now why, Van Norden asked herself passionately, why has this thing happened to me? Among all the births that were taking place in the world, couldn't they have spared me a decent one? I don't harp on a palace, but say reasonable advantages. Opulent people are having sons every minute, yet I must go as the daughter of a widow in straitened circumstances. Upon my soul, it's heart-rending. However, when she and Violet met again, she was somewhat consoled by the warmth of her mother's welcome, and after the news of the bereavement was broken, the young widow cooed so tenderly of the manifold virtues of darling papa that Van Norden was quite touched. A good sort, meditated Van Norden as Violet joggled her up and down. I had no idea at the time that she appreciated me so much. In hours of comparative resignation there was nothing more fascinating to Van Norden, while she lay in the pink and white bassinet, than to mark the development of her new identity, the process by which the trivial pains and pleasures of the moment attained supreme importance, and the pressing anxieties which beset her at the hour of her birth became gradually blurred. The fact would have appeared incredible to the baby formerly, had she heard with how little fret and jar the human mind adapted itself to another form and sex. She would not have believed the ego could renounce so easily its interest in matters that, to its previous incarnation, had been absorbing. And doubtless, she reflected, she would disbelieve it again later. Her attitude towards the bottle, for instance, fascinated her extremely. At first she had regarded it with disdain. Even when she recognized its suitability to her physical needs, she had merely tolerated the thing as a disagreeable necessity. This contempt, this suction under protest, was very brief. Soon she grew to relish the bottle, to clamour for it when it was late. Then, too, she was able to extract amusement from a choral and bells, and was again engrossed by the ticking of a watch. Marvellous, thought Van Norden, while she hovered at the parting of the ways. Marvellous thing, nature, upon my word! but a trifle humiliated at moments like these she would throw the coral or watch on the floor and set up a howl. The devoted Violet often mistook the humiliation for a pin and undressed her, an indignity which annoyed Van Norden more still. Before she was 6 weeks old, Van Norden had ceased to consider the financial position, and accepted without questioning who provided. She began to yield to the charm of the bottle and the watch unreservedly, and had scarcely a remaining care. Only while she plucked at Violet's crape the past whispered in her, and a dim consciousness that the relations between her mother and herself were involved clouded the infantile brow. "What's she thinking about? A love?" Violet would murmur, swaying her to and fro. "Doesn't she look worried a bit?" And from the lap that was once Van Norden's wife's, Van Norden would raise great eyes to her solemnly. When 8 or 9 months had passed, this glimmer of memory, which had then become nearly extinct, was fanned to ardour by a painful circumstance. They had gone to Dieppe with Violet's parents, and in the hotel Violet made the acquaintance of a Major somebody. The acquaintance had progressed when Van Norden was first brought in contact with him in the garden, and the gentleman paid the pretty widow marked attentions and grinned at her baby propitiatingly. "Jolly little chap," remarked the Major, worrying Van Norden with a forefinger. "It's a little girl, Major," said Violet, smiling reproval. "Oh, confound it all! I mean, how stupid of me!" faltered the Major. "Lovely little thing, anyhow. I suppose you're awfully proud of her, Mrs. Van Norden, eh? The only pebble on the beach, what? It seems awfully rum to see you with a baby, though. You look such a girl, don't you know?" "What nonsense!" said Violet, blushing. "I'm an elderly woman, if one counts one's age by one's troubles." She glanced significantly at her weeds and sighed. "Oh, of course I understand. I can sympathize. I can indeed. But you shouldn't think of your troubles too much, Mrs. Van Norden, if I may say so. You should buck up. Life, after all, is—" He struggled with his eyeglass and failed to enunciate his sentiments on life. "Life is very, very strange," said Violet, gazing pensively at the sea. "Isn't it?" said the Major eagerly. "Just fancy, it's only a week since I met you, what?" "Oh, I wasn't thinking of that," she murmured. "I am," said the Major. "I think of it lots. It seems so rum, don't you know, that I'd never seen you till a week ago. Don't you think that sometimes people meet who were meant to meet, and that for them a week scores more than years and years of society between people who, who only happen to meet because they're introduced, don't you know?" Van Norden lay communing with herself. In the little brain the voice of the past cried for recognition. She eyed the adults darkly, agitated by the sense of a tragedy which she sought piteously to define. The soul of the baby sprawling on the cushions was symptomatic of marital jealousy, though the mind failed to diagnose the disease. Distressed and puzzled, Van Norden burst into startling screams and kicked her little limbs about furiously. Violet was unable to pacify her, and, much alarmed, was about to dispatch the Major for the nurse when, through the windows of the salon, came the prelude to a song, and someone began to sing "Heaven were a void without thee." The baby's paroxysm ceased almost at once. Her gaze grew wide. striking her ear when it did, the ballad that she had created in her preceding incarnation revivified her consciousness of the former life. The veil was rent. The female infant was at heart a husband, and looking in the faces of Violet and her new lover, Van Norden remembered all. She could say nothing. Speech was not yet granted to her, could not proclaim, "I am Otto," though she beheld her widow wooed by another man. Life holds no moment more terrible than an experience like this, nor did her agony fade with her banishment from the scene. On the contrary, her helplessness intensified her sufferings. Too young as yet to toddle, incapable of intruding where she wished, Van Norden was constantly racked by tortures of the imagination. Consumed with jealousy and craving to be in the salon, she was compelled to lie fuming in her cot, or was strapped in her perambulator, while her frenzied fancy followed Violet and the Major into the casino. Soon she employed the only weapon in her power, and kicked and screamed as often as an attempt was made to remove her from Violet's presence. By this means she witnessed much that would otherwise have been hidden from her, was indeed a witness of her successor's proposal. Stricken with resentment, the babe that had once been the widow's husband lay in her lap, while the Major begged her to be his wife. "I know it's a bit early for me to speak," he stammered, "but I can't help it. If I were to let you go away without telling you how much I care for you, I might never see you again. Only give me a word. I'll wait. I'll be as patient as I can, but tell me that there's a chance for me." She was silent a long while. Evidently she was much moved. At last she murmured, "I don't know what to say." "Can't you care a bit for me?" "Ah, it isn't that," she owned tearfully. "Darling, dearest—" "Psh!" she said, "you oughtn't. It's so soon, and, oh, I don't know, there's so much to consider. There's my child." She clasped Van Norden protectively. "You don't suppose I'd be rough on it?" cried the Major. "Why, I give you my word, just as if it were my own. Violet, in a few months' time... Will you marry me in a few months' time?" He leant lower, and she raised her gaze. The next instant they had kissed across Van Norden's head. All the rekindled manhood in the infant's consciousness flamed to avenge the outrage, burned to strike the supplanter down, to destroy him. The disparity between the virile impulse and the tiny frame was maddening. Purpling with shame and indignation, Van Norden reared to spit at him, but could only dribble. The human brain, at the age of 9 months, is incapable of supporting a strain of this degree. Soon afterwards Violet had to send in hot haste for a medical man. After an examination he spoke gravely of removing something. "Removing something? You don't mean operating?" "Yes, we shall have to operate," answered the doctor. There was a morning when a hospital nurse came to the cot, putting on an apron, and the surgeon followed. Violet and the Major were present, the Major soothing her. "I think we'll move the bed," said the surgeon, and Van Norden lay staring through the window at the brilliant sky. The room began to acquire a novel air. The nurse produced sheets and cans of hot water from nowhere, the surgeon poured fluids in basins briskly, the Major set out mysterious articles from a black bag on the chest of drawers. The sky developed a pattern of pink mushrooms and bunches of vermicelli, and Van Norden came to his senses. He saw Lachlan looking at him. "Well, how do you feel?" asked Lachlan. "We've got rid of your myxoma for you, and your wife's first rate. You've a little son waiting downstairs. Fine boy, too." "Fine boy?" murmured the composer drowsily. "No, I was a fine girl." "Not quite come round yet, nurse," said Lachlan. "Let him sleep the rest of it off, and he'll be as right as rain." End of section 19. Section 20 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tavarish. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. The Bishop's Comedy. 1. The Bishop of Westborough had seldom found himself in a more delicate position. Since Sweetbay objected so strenuously to its rector being a dramatist, Sweetbay was clearly no place for the rector, and it devolved upon his lordship to intimate the fact. But secretly his lordship was also guilty of dramatic authorship, and installments of his comedy were even now in the hands of that accomplished actress, Miss Kitty Clarges. For this reason and another the bishop had wakeful nights. However, he did what was required. With all his customary blandness, and perhaps a shade more, he pointed out to the Reverend Baker Barling that the parish of Sweetbay was unsuitable for him, and offered him instead a living which commended itself to the Barlings not at all. Indeed, Mrs. Baker Barling was so highly incensed by the removal that the rector had on several occasions to say "my dear" to her reprovingly. The bishop was young for a bishop. His classical features and the dignity of his carriage would have compelled attention even if he had been a mere man. He never said anything noteworthy, but he voiced the sentiments of the unthinking in stately language. This made him generally admired. It is not to be inferred that he was insincere. He had been granted a popular mind. He shared with the majority a strong aversion from disagreeable truths. His widest reflections were bounded by the word unpleasant, and every truth that was unpleasant was to the Bishop of Westborough one of those things that are better left undiscussed. He had a warm affection for this phrase, which occurred in all his articles for the cultured reviews. It was a phrase that suggested much earnestness of thought, while it spared him the exertion of thinking at all. Domestically he had been no less fortunate than in his mental limitations. He possessed a little wife, who listened to him with the utmost patience, and he had seen both his girls make brilliant matches in their first season. The history of the bridegroom had in each case been one of those things that are better left undiscussed. Accordingly the bishop boasted a grateful heart. In fact, when he reflected how abundantly Providence had blessed him, he was more than normally horrified to think of the impious murmurings of the poor. That a personage of his environment and disposition had been tempted towards so unepiscopal a course as writing a comedy proves how true it is that nothing happens but the unforeseen. It was one of the speediest conquests of Miss Clarges's career, a career in which peers had been plentiful, but prelates had hitherto been lacking. He had made her acquaintance at a reception. She was clever off the stage as well as on it, and had always tempered her indiscretions with tact. Duchesses called her "dear." He thought her the most fascinating woman he had ever met, and talked to her about the conditions of the English stage with considerable satisfaction to himself. "What a dramatist your lordship would have made if you had not been a bishop!" she murmured with rapt eyes. "Oh, you are jesting," said the bishop, asking for more. "No, indeed I mean it," returned the lady reverently. "You have what we call the sense of the theatre, and it is so rare. You startled me just now. You know by intuition things that the professional dramatist needs years of experience to find out. I can't tell you how extraordinary it is." She regarded him as if she were being confronted by a miracle. Partly because he was very vain, and partly because Miss Clarges was very good-looking, the lie that she forgot almost as soon as it was spoken had lingered caressingly with the bishop. Sitting in the palace one afternoon with nothing to do, he found himself scribbling "Act I, a drawing-room." He had no definite intention of continuing, still less had he a definite plot, but like everyone who is deficient in self-criticism, he wrote with prodigious facility, and his first act was finished in a few days. Miss Clarges had been a good deal surprised to receive a semi-humorous note from the Bishop of Westborough, reminding her of their conversation and hinting that he would be glad to have her opinion of a dramatic bantling. Tea and a tete-a-tete followed in the lady's boudoir. She found Act I all that she had dreaded, and told him it was most original. Beaming with importance, he perpetrated Act II, and read her that. She was contemplating a season of management, and in sanguine moments reflected that a practised hand might knock the bishop's comedy into something like shape, and that the bishop's name on the bills would be well worth having. So she offered various suggestions about the leading part, and was at home as often as he chose to call, and for some weeks he had chosen to call very often indeed. Remember that he was only 50. He had married when he was 25, married a girl who was taken by his handsome face, and who brought him a very respectable dower. Though the dower had fascinated him more than the girl, the courtship had comprised his sentimental experiences. As has been said, he had had no reason to complain of his choice. He had been remarkably successful in all his relationships. He felt that his wife worshipped him, and her worship, and his worldly progress, had contented him fully. But now, for the first time in his career, he was thrown into intimate association with a woman who had captivated those who were seeing life and those who had seen it, and the Bishop of Westborough fell in love with her as violently as many wiser men had done before him. As for her, it was the first time in the woman's career that she had been openly admired by a bishop. At the beginning she was attracted by his reputation, much as her youngest adorers had been attracted by her own, but presently she was attracted by his homage. He appealed to her one weakness, her vanity. Though she thought it a pity that he wanted to write a comedy, she considered him a great man. His profound belief in himself, supported by a nation's esteem, imposed on her. To have made a conquest of a pillar of the church flattered her inordinately. The novelty of the situation had its effect on the actress, too, and, to her unspeakable amazement, Kitty Clarges fell in love with the bishop. It was at this juncture that circumstances had forced him to mortify the rector of Sweetbay. "The affair makes me doubt whether I ought to proceed with my own play," he admitted to her one afternoon. "My dear friend." She meant, "What rot!" But she no longer said, "What rot!" even to other actresses, and she wore dove-colored gowns, and had been to hear him preach. The higher life was a little trying, but she liked to feel worthier of him. "My action in the matter may be misconstrued. Of course, I've simply deferred to the local prejudice, but it may be thought that I disapprove of the man's tendencies. If I figured as a dramatist myself a little later, I might be placed in an ambiguous position. Perhaps we might overcome the difficulty by a pseudonym?" She looked blank. "Your lordship's name will be a draw. I am afraid a pseudonym would mean waiving a great deal." "Financially? The pecuniary result is not important to me." But it was important to her. "If the secret were really kept, you'd be waiving all the kudos too," she added. "Well, we must consider," said the bishop, clinking the ice in his glass. "You shall advise me, though I fear I am exceeding an author's privileges. By the way, does the manageress always offer the author a whiskey and soda?" "She offered you an alternative," said Miss Clarges, laughing. "The whiskey and soda was your choice. But you don't really mean to throw the comedy up, do you? Think of poor me." The bishop's eyes were eloquent. "Thinking of you," he said after a lingering gaze, "I have this to say. You will be put to considerable expense in bringing out my work, and, novice as I am, I'm aware that a theatre is a heavy speculation. If I withhold the advantage of my name from the piece, I shall claim to share your risk." "You are very generous, dear friend. I don't think I could say yes to that." "It is no more than fair." "I'd rather not. I shouldn't care for you to find money for me," said Kitty Clarges, and was conscious that she had soared into the higher life indeed. "You are scarcely treating me as the dear friend you allow me to believe myself," urged the bishop, missing the greatest compliment of his life. "Oh," she said under her breath. "I should be serving my own ends, and besides—" "Besides what?" "It would make me very happy to think that I served you." Her eyelids fell. "You have served me." "I rejoice to hear it. May I ask how?" "You've served me by your friendship. You've given me different thoughts, taken me out of myself, done me good in some ways." She sighed deeply. "I've learned that there are so much realer things than the shams that satisfied me before we met. I've been a very worldly woman, you know, don't you?" "Few human beings are stronger than temptations, child," he said melodiously, "and yours must have been many." "I used to want you to think me better than I am. Now I do and I don't. Oh, I can't explain." "You are showing me your heart. You need not spell it." "I suppose what I mean really is that I want you to know me as I am, and yet to like me just as much. I wonder if you would." He laid a gentle hand upon her shoulder. "Why not put me to the test?" "I daren't," she said. "Am I so hard?" She shook her head silently. "What then?" "I'm so bad," she whispered. She drooped a little nearer to him. "Why do you say such things?" cried the bishop. "You hurt me." Haven't you met other sinners? I would have had your past free from sin. Oh, my past! She sobbed and bowed herself in his arms. My past is past. I am sinning now. Much may be done by earnest endeavour, and he persuaded himself that his embrace was episcopal. My child, he murmured at last, soothing her tenderly, I will not affect to misunderstand what you have said. It would be a false kindness to you, nor will I be guilty of concealing the transgressions of my own heart. Were I a younger man, I might doubt the righteousness of owning that the attachment is mutual, but the years bring wisdom, and at my age we see deeply. My duty is to help you, and I realize that I can help you only by a perfect candor. I acknowledge, therefore, that you are indeed most dear to me. Oh, you are great! She exclaimed. I shall see you still? Promise you'll come here. Don't let me lose you. Say it. Say again you love me. You are indeed most dear to me, repeated the bishop, who thought this way of putting it sounded more innocent. He got up and paced the room with agitation. You ask me if I will still come here. I do not disguise from myself that many might think that I should answer no. Many might hold it my duty to desert you in the conflict that must be waged, to leave you to bear the brunt of it alone. I am not one of them. Flight is at best the refuge of a coward. Doughtier than to flee temptation is to confront and conquer it. He swept the hair from his brow with a noble gesture. I recognize that my highest duty is to share your struggles, to solace and sustain you. Yes, I will come. We have a mighty battle before us, you and I, and we will fight side by side, my comrade, till we win. In other words, he ventured to go to tea there all the time, and had whiskey and soda when it wasn't tea-time. 2. How much of what the stage door club said about them was fact, and how much of it was fiction, is a thing that could be decided only by the bishop or Miss Clarges, neither of whom is to be consulted on the subject. But the Reverend Baker Barling, who frequently dropped into the club for the house dinner or a game of poker, heard the gossip, and Baker Barling confided it to Mrs. Baker Barling, and Mrs. Baker Barling, whose wrath against the bishop had in no way abated, manoeuvred for the joy of condoling with the bishop's wife. Miss Clarges was paralyzed one morning by a note in which Mrs. Lilliaton Meadows, mentioning that her husband was the Bishop of Westborough, requested the actress to receive her upon a matter of the utmost importance the same afternoon. The actress's first impulse was to be out when the lady called, her second to telegraph to the bishop for advice. The fear of driving Mrs. Meadows to extremities, and the thought that the telegram might fall into the wrong hands, prevented her adopting either course. She could only pray for the ability to persuade the visitor that her suspicions were unfounded, and she felt sick with misgiving as the day wore on. How extraordinary of the woman! Whether she meant to be offensive or pathetic, what a folly of her to come! On the stage, of course, such scenes were usual, and Kitty Clarges knew exactly how she would have to behave there, that she would be first mocking, then attentive, and finally moved to repentance. But the theatre was one thing, and life was another. In real life it was preposterous of a person to seek an interview and plead for the return of a husband's heart. In real life it was impossible to return a heart, even if one wished to do it. And in this case the wish was lacking. Miss Clarges was so infatuated by the Bishop that she had even been jealous to remember that another woman had a legal claim to him. At the tingle of the bell she caught her breath. She had never seen the other woman, and mixed with her apprehension was a strong curiosity to know what his wife was like. "Mrs. Meadows," announced the maid. The actress turned to the doorway trembling, and saw that the lady was a dowdy little woman with a dreary face. She looked as if she lived at Tunbridge Wells. "Mrs. Meadows, how good of you to call!" Mrs. Meadows advanced awkwardly. It was evident that she was painfully embarrassed. "Miss Clarges, I hope I haven't put you to any inconvenience," she murmured. "It is an immense pleasure to me to meet you. Won't you sit down?" For an instant the Bishop's wife hesitated. Then she sat at the extreme edge of a chair and moistened her lips. "My visit must appear very strange to you." "Most kind," said Kitty Clarges. "How is his lordship getting on with his play? It'll soon be finished now, I suppose?" "I dare say I really don't know. I didn't come to talk about the play," Mrs. Meadows faltered. "I came because you might do more for me than anybody else alive. Miss Clarges, my husband is in love with you." The start, the bewilderment in the eyes, was admirable. "My dear Mrs. Meadows!" "You need not trouble to deny it," said the lady quietly, "because he has acknowledged it to me. But that isn't all. You are in love with my husband." "Are you here to insult me?" cried Miss Clarges, rising. "I have the honour to be one of his lordship's friends. He has been pleased to discuss his comedy with me. Not unnatural, I think, especially as I hope to produce the piece. As for what you say, there has never been a word, a syllable. Our conversation might have been phonographed for all London to hear." The indignation of her voice quivered into pain. "I wouldn't have had this happen for the world. I can't understand it." She struggled with a sob and suppressed it proudly. "It's cruel." "I don't wonder that he admires you," said his wife thoughtfully. "You have great talent. But I have seen one of your letters to him. Here it is." Miss Clarges gasped and looked at it. She sat down again very slowly. "All right," she said. "I am fond of your husband. Well, it was finding your letter that made me write to you. I heard weeks ago that he was mad about you, but the letter showed me that you cared for him. Oh, I know that I oughtn't to have written. I considered a long time before I made up my mind. But there was so much at stake, I thought you might help me. If you will listen—" "What for?" exclaimed Miss Clarges. "What's the use of my listening? Even if I promised you not to see him again, I wouldn't promise it, but if I did, would it make him any fonder of you? Do you think if I lost a man I should beg the other woman to give him back to me? I should know she couldn't do it. I should know I might as well beg her to give me back my innocence. And I shouldn't reproach her either. I'd reproach myself. I should call myself a fool for not holding my own. Women like me don't lose the man they want. They know how easy it is for him to leave us, and we take the trouble to keep him. It's you good women who are always being left. After you've got the man, you think you've nothing more to do. Marriage is the end of your little story. So you take it for granted it must be the end of his. The more you love him, the sooner you bore him. You go bankrupt in the honeymoon. You're a back number to him before you've been married a month. He knows all your life and all your mind and all your moods. You haven't a surprise in reserve for him, and then you wonder he yawns. Great heavens! To hold a man's interest, show him your heart as you pull out a tape measure, an inch at a time. I adore your husband. I venerate him. My guilty love has made me a purer woman. You can't realize that. I don't expect you to realize it. But surely you must know that if you wept and went down on your knees to me, I couldn't say, because the right's all on your side, he shall never think about me any more. You misunderstand the object of my visit, said Mrs. Meadows meekly. I didn't come to weep to you. I didn't come to beg you to say that he should never think about you any more. I came to beg you to tell me what you find in him to love. Huh? Ejaculated Miss Clarges. I came to beg you to tell me what you find in him to love, repeated the elder woman in plaintive tones. You see, to you he is only an episode, but unless I choose to make a scandal, and I have daughters to consider, I must expect to spend many more years with him. If you will help me to discover some attraction in him, it will make life far easier for me. Kitty Clarges sat staring at her dumbly. You find no attraction in him? She stammered at last. It is unconventional of me to admit it to you, but as I say, there is so much at stake, I feel justified in asking your assistance. To me he is tedious beyond words to tell. If you would explain why you adore him, if you would show me some merit, some spark of talent or wit or humour, something to make his pretensions less intolerable, you don't know how thankful to you I should be. Your husband is a great man. She spoke with a touch of uncertainty. Oh, no. And I should be foolish to ask so much. A moderately intelligent man is all that a woman like me has the right to expect. The bishop is unfortunately very, very dull. Believe me, I have tried most conscientiously to be deceived by him. I used to read his press notices and say, "Look what the newspapers say about him, it must be true." But I knew it wasn't. I used to listen to his sermons. There aren't many of them. They've been the same sermons for 20 years, and say, "What lovely language, what noble thoughts! How proud his little Mildred should be!" But though I was a young girl then, I knew that the lovely language was all sound and no sense, and that the noble thoughts came out of the dictionary of quotations. Oh, Miss Clarges, you are a brilliant woman, far, far cleverer than I. He must have some stray virtue that my earnest search hasn't brought to light, or you couldn't gush so romantically about him. Help me to see it. Think how he wearies me. Tell me what the virtue is. The actress was breathing heavily. Her nostrils fluttered. On her bloodless cheeks the delicacy of maiden bloom stood out in unbecoming blotches. To hear that she idolized a man whom this little provincial, in last year's fashions, disdained as a bore, robbed her of speech. She had not believed there could be such depths of humiliation in the world. Some seconds passed, while the suppliant watched her wistfully. "If you don't care for your husband, I'm afraid I couldn't teach you to love him." "No, no, I only thought you might help me to put up with him. I'm not unreasonable. I'd be grateful for small mercies. If you'd mention a ray of interest in him, I'd keep my eyes on that, and make the most of it. You're not vexed with me for coming?" "Oh, not at all. I suppose you've been very, amiable. Our interview has been rather quaint. I'm sorry I can't oblige you." "Well," sighed Mrs. Meadows, "it can't be helped, but I must say I'm disappointed. When I found out there was a woman in love with him, it simply amazed me. I felt it only right to consult you. It seemed such an opportunity to improve matters at home. Still, there it is. If you can't tell me, you can't." She was very downcast. "Then I'll say good afternoon. May I offer you some tea?" quavered Kitty, clinging to the mantelpiece. "Thank you so much, but I'm afraid I must be going now. I promised to see our secretary at the office of the Mission Fund at 4 o'clock. Goodbye, Miss Clarges. You needn't tell the Bishop that I called. It has been quite useless." She sighed herself out. Now, though Kitty Clarges endeavoured to persuade herself by turns that Mrs. Meadows was a fool, incapable of appreciating her husband, and that Mrs. Meadows was a diplomat, scheming to disenchant her with him, both endeavours were unsuccessful. She could not think the woman an utter idiot, and still less was it possible to think her a genius. Kitty Clarges was less entranced by the Bishop in their next meeting. Between them lurked a dowdy little figure, regarding her with astonished eyes. The astonishment shamed her, as no homily could have ever done. The figure was present at all their meetings, and often she lost sight of the Bishop's classical features and could see nothing but his wife's eyes wondering at her. His eloquence was no longer thrilling. She was obsessed by the knowledge that it wasn't good enough for the woman in the modes of Tunbridge Wells. Before long the sight of her own dove-coloured gowns began to get on her nerves, and gradually she discarded them. Once when the Bishop proposed to visit her, she told him that she would be lunching out. A few days later she wrote that unforeseen circumstances denied her the hope of producing his comedy. His urgent letter of inquiry remained unanswered. When he called for an explanation, she was not at home. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tavarish. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. A Reverie. Rebecca is in the bedroom dressing, and Lucy, who looked very sweet in her simple frock, has gone to some entertainment at her school. So I am alone. It's a comfortable chair, and the room is quiet, though overhead I hear my wife as she moves to and fro between the wardrobe and the toilet table. She has heavy feet. I'm glad she is going to the Jacobses. It'll be a treat to me to spend the evening by myself. What a fine fire I've made up, and my cigar tastes better than usual. Rebecca gets fatter every day, and she has such a silly laugh. But a good woman. Few women would have done so much as she did. I ought to remember that, but instead I'm always remembering. Quite clearly I can see the room I lived in 15 years ago with Dora. How cheap it was, wonderful, but with its refinements too. She could make such pretty things. Why did I not marry Dora? My parents would have been horrified if I had married a Christian. I cannot think of any other reason, unless it was because she didn't worry me with entreaties. She never spoke of it. She had been so poor and friendless. She may have fancied that it would be ingratitude to ask for more than I had done. And the business was my father's in his lifetime. I could not afford to quarrel with him. She must have known that. She must have known I could not afford to quarrel with him, even if I had been anxious to marry her. Fervently, though it is all past, and the shrub that was planted on her grave has grown big beyond the railings, I hope she did not grieve. I have wondered many times since. She was so gentle and so pure, that perhaps she often suffered while she smiled and kissed me. And she died and was buried. And the child, the baby Lucy, was given to strangers to be nursed. How long ago it seems! In another life. But I wish that Lucy might have called me Papa. My cigar is out. Rebecca, she was slimmer when her family made up the match between us. Yes, and good-looking. And my sorrow for Dora had faded. 2 or 3 years had passed. I was my own master then, and business was good. I was happy with Rebecca. I gave her lots of diamonds, and the other women envied her. And at home we got on very well. If we had had children of our own, I wonder. Lucy was 4 when Rebecca took her. She asked no questions. To this day she has never asked me anything. It shows a big heart. She is like a mother to Lucy. Shall I ever forget how grateful I was? The tears came to my eyes when she said yes. She should be worshipped for such a generosity. But Lucy reminds me so of Dora. Not at first. No. Just a little thing not able to talk plainly. It is recently that I see the resemblance. She is 14 now, and with every move she brings back Dora before my eyes. She has the same features, the same trick of smiling sometimes with the mouth a little to one side. She grows more and more like Dora. I look at her across the table when she and my wife and I sit at meals together, and my throat gets tight. The past is suddenly alive to me, and I want to spring up and throw my arms round her neck. But Rebecca might guess the truth, and it would pain her to the heart if she suspected. Yet it is true, and I can't help it, that in the child who reminds me of the dead so vividly my wife has a rival here in our home. It is the child that she consented to adopt who reminds me innocently that my wife is fat and silly. It is Lucy who, as I watch her at her lessons, recalls to me the thoughtful face of the girl I used to love. And I regret, God forgive me, I regret with all my soul, and would be young once more with Dora by my side. I would see her by my side today. How hot it is! The window should be open such a night. Rebecca has come downstairs. She wears her black satin, and powders her nose again before the mirror. She persuades me to accompany her. I shall be dull alone. My head aches, otherwise... Bye-bye. Enjoy yourself, my dearest. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. The Reconciliation. I've often said that I could not be your wife, but I would never tell you why. Tonight, suddenly, I want to tell you why. I want to write to you. I wonder if you will understand. You've heard how my marriage ended. For many months after I divorced him, I could concentrate my thoughts on nothing but my wrongs. I had no child, no interests. The hurricane of pain and jealousy swept me day and night. Then resentment grew less vehement, faded into lassitude. By very slow degrees I concerned myself with other things. Later I began to dwell on scenes of my brief happiness with him, and though remembrance made me cry for the irrecoverable, to remember was sweet. Moments which had been trivial while they lasted assumed in retrospect an air of exquisite companionship. It was my weakness to recall some commonplace incident and indulge myself by reanimating its minutest details. The hours that I lived most vividly were the hours that I lived in looking back. Even when I found pleasure in society again, recollection remained a secret joy. I could forget by this time and amuse myself, had my vanities and vexations, was socially like any other woman, entertained in ordinary ways, but clandestinely I still revisited the past. So 13 years went by, and, unsuspected by my dearest friends, I communed mentally with a young husband who, in these reveries, had grown no older. I tried to bear in mind that he was older, much older than I, but I could think of him only as I had seen him last. I repeated, marvelling, that he must be over 40 now, but in my memories I laughed and talked with the personality that I had known. Although I told myself that I might pass him unrecognized, the face that I smiled to in my visions was the face of the young man that he used to be. I believe you have sometimes wondered who your rival was. He was the man that my divorced husband once had been. Last September I was at Pourville. One morning in the hotel, glancing at an English paper, I read that he had just arrived in Paris. I meant to leave for Paris myself towards the end of the week, and I sat thinking how very soon he and I would be passing through the same streets. Doubtless we had drifted close to each other many times before, but I had not known it, and somehow, while the impulse was very strong, I wrote to him. "I do not know," I wrote, "whether it will please or distress you to hear from me. If my letter is unwelcome, burn and forget it. Speaking for myself, all ill feeling died long ago. Time has even taught me to think of our first year together and obliterate the rest. Our marriage was a blunder, but so much am I changed from the girl who was your wife, that seems to me, to-day, no reason why we should never meet again as friends. I shall be at Maurice's on Saturday. If a reconciliation would not be odious to you, if there was no one to resent it, will you come to see me?" When the letter was posted, I said that I had committed an imbecility, but I am not sure that I believed myself. At any rate, I rejoiced half an hour afterwards. By and by, of course, I was sorry again, and so on. Then, on the morrow, something happened. I found his new volume of poems on a chair in the courtyard. Have you ever read any of his poems? But I suppose poetry is not in your line, you great, strong, practical builder of big bridges." On the fly-leaf he had scribbled, "To Janet Herbertson, from her sincere friend, Gilbert Owen." I had picked up the book, eager to read some of it, but I fell to dreaming over the fly-leaf, wondering who Janet Herbertson was. While I wondered, she returned to her seat. "Have I taken your book?" "Oh, thank you." She was a girl to whom I had already spoken once or twice. I had not known her name, and I don't suppose that she knew mine. I call her a girl because she was unmarried, but she could not have been more than 4 or 5 years younger than myself. A girl with a fine figure and abundant health, but, to my mind at least, no features worth mentioning. Her eyes were shallow, and her hair came near to being sandy. Most of her remarks were prefaced by "of course," and she expressed herself in very incisive tones. I had noticed her one day with an easel among the gorse at Varangeville Plage, and I set her down as an amateur, with means. "You didn't go to the links, then?" I said. "Not this afternoon. I was too much interested in this. Have you read any of it?" "No, I only just saw it. It's a new one of his, isn't it?" "It isn't out yet at all. This is what's called an advance copy. Mr. Owen sent it to me yesterday." I couldn't help seeing by the inscription that you knew him. How very nice to receive such compliments from poets. "Of course you admire his work?" "I admire some of it very much." "Some of it?" She regarded me with an offensive smile. "Of course, the best in any art is always unintelligible to the public." I was certain she was an amateur now. The arrogance was unmistakable. "I suppose so. Emerson? Have you read Emerson?" "Whom's it by?" I asked viciously. I saw her shudder. "Emerson was one of the world's teachers. Apropos of the impressions to be derived from nature, he said that a tourist could never take away from any place more than she brought to it. Of course, it's the same with a reader. If she hasn't the receptivity, she can't receive." This person educating me! But I wanted to hear about him. I submitted. "I think I follow you," I murmured. She unbent. "If you like, I'll lend it to you presently." "I should be delighted, if you can spare it." "Yes, I shan't read after dinner. In the evening you always play that idiotic game, though, don't you? Well, you can have it in the morning." "If you're sure I shouldn't be robbing you." "Quite. Besides, I've read most of it already, in manuscript." "Really? It must be very fascinating to know a poet so well as that." "Oh, I know Gilbert Owen very well. If you're staying next week, you'll see him here." She tittered self-consciously. "I've told him that the rest would do him good." "Here?" "Yes, but not till Wednesday. I didn't want him till I had finished my picture. Of course, I shan't have much time for my work after he comes." "I shall be gone by then," I said. "What a pity. I suppose there's no chance of his coming before?" "Oh, no. He'll come on the day I fixed. Wednesday." "Yes." "To oblige me, you might let him come a little sooner." I laughed. "I'm afraid I can't do that. You had better stay." "I wish it were possible. You must be immensely proud of your influence." "Oh, I don't know. I find myself quite forgetting he's famous, and thinking of him simply as a dear friend." In a pause I glanced at her left hand. There was no ring on it, but I knew that she foresaw one there. She turned a page of his book, and for a minute or two we didn't speak again. Across the begonias the musicians in their red coats were fiddling drowsily, and inside the croupier called "Numero 12." What's he like? Eh? Oh, it's so difficult to say what anyone is like. Do you mean his appearance or his disposition? I think I meant his disposition. Amusing? Amusing? No, I should scarcely describe him as amusing. Of course, he can be very brilliant when he meets a foeman worthy of his steel, but his nature is a wistful one. He has suffered deeply, and it has left its mark. I think I remember reading something, I said. Wasn't there a case of some sort? He made a very unhappy marriage years ago, she said sharply. His wife was a vapid girl who didn't understand him. He was very much to be pitied. I nodded. I could have struck her across her conceited face. It must have been hideous, she added, for a man of his intellect to be married to a fool. The begonias were making my eyes ache. Awful, I muttered. I wondered what in the world he could find to admire in her. Well, you shall be left in peace. I've a sudden fancy for cinq. It's my lucky number. I didn't play. I sat watching the horses swirl and hating her, hating my idiocy in having written to him. I was jealous. Is it heartless of me to say that to you, dear man? I must be frank. I was jealous of her, and when I had the honesty to own it at last, I was glad that the letter had gone. I asked myself if she had more attractions than I. I asked myself, it was abominable, you'll despise me, if I couldn't teach him to humiliate her. There was no note for me at Meurice's when I arrived on Friday, but I had an instinct that he would come next day. I spent the whole of Saturday morning before the mare. I wonder my maid didn't give me notice. I had my hair dressed in a new way, and snapped at her till she cried before I was satisfied with it. Afterwards I decided that it didn't suit me, and my hair was done as usual after all. The same with my things. I felt myself a sight in everything. My frock had to be changed 3 times. It was 4 o'clock when the waiter came up and frightened me. My knees were trembling, and the doorway was a blur. "Gilbert!" "Nan!" "I'm glad you've come," I got out in a horrid dry whisper. We shook hands. He was speaking, but I had turned deaf. I heard a confused sound, and strained to distinguish what he said. His face grew clear to me before his words. I saw blankly that he was like someone with a resemblance to the husband I had remembered. "I'm glad you've come," I repeated. It encouraged me to find that my voice was louder. I didn't feel that he was Gilbert. He was someone queerly familiar, but I didn't feel that he was Gilbert. "It was very good and generous of you." His voice seemed different, too. "You haven't changed so much." "Ah? Really? How are you?" "All right. Won't you sit down?" He twitched his trousers to save their bagging at the knees. It may have been mechanical, but it hurt me that he could do it then. "You've been at Pourville?" "Yes, only for a little while." "I've never stayed there. It's very quiet, isn't it?" "Oh, a mite of a place. Just the hotel and the sea. There are beautiful walks, though." "You used to be fond of walking." "I am still." "You're looking wonderfully well." "You look very well, too." "Do you think so?" he asked. "Fact? Not so much older as you expected?" "No," I said. "My hair's going, eh? Begins a little further back than it used to, doesn't it?" "A little more intellectual brow, perhaps. You should try a specialist." "I've tried a dozen. They're no use. The first time you go, the man tells you that you'll be bald directly if you don't use his lotions. Ah, well, I'll do all that can be done for you. And you buy bottles at half a guinea each, and find they make no difference. Then, when you go again to say there isn't any improvement, he exclaims, 'My, I didn't hope to do so much in the time. This is splendid. Look at all that new hair coming up.' Of course, you like to believe him, and you go on buying his rubbish for 12 months. A hair specialist lives by his knowledge of human nature, not his knowledge of the hair." I knew that he was talking for effect, and I laughed to gratify him. He glanced round the room. "You're very comfortable here." "Yes, this is where I generally stay." "Are you often in Paris?" "Not very often. I'm in London a good deal." "I never go to London, excepting to see a publisher. The atmosphere is fatal. In London I'm commonplace. Positively, the murk gets on my genius. Give me a blue sky and God's sunshine. All artistic natures are very susceptible to external influences. You know that." "I remember you used to say so." "It's just the same with me now. I haven't altered. I feel just as I felt when I was a boy. I'm young, just as young in myself. That's what keeps my work so fresh. That's what people rave about. Other men's stuff ages. Mine doesn't. Everybody says so. The spirit of it's as useful as when I was 20. Temperament. I sickened at the word. Formerly that had been his apology. Today I saw it was his boast. Presently I inquired about his favourite sister, if she was well. "I don't know. I don't often see her now," he said indifferently. I spoke of a chum he had lost, a man at whose death I had pictured him grief-stricken. "It must have been an awful blow to you?" I asked. "Oh, he had got rather tedious," he answered. "Charlie was a bit of an ass." He proceeded to tell me an anecdote of a woman who had paid him a fulsome compliment. While he aimed eagerly at making an impression, while his sole thought was to show me how brilliant and fascinating he remained, he revealed to me that every tendency I had once condemned had developed to a salient feature of his character, that every blemish I had once regretted had grown to be a glaring fault. I am sure that vanity would have urged him to gain my admiration, even if he had found me faded and a frump. I am sure that he had come with that desire, but his eyes told me he found me charming, and his note, by and by, I think, was unpremeditated. "I wish I had been worthier of you," he said. He said it very beautifully, but late. So much too late to give me any pleasure. "Don't let us talk about the past," I murmured. "My coming here today will make me regret it more still." "I hope not. I didn't mean to give you pain. Perhaps it was foolish of me to write." "Oh, you know I am glad you wrote. Only it won't be the last time I see you." "Don't say that." His gaze dwelt on me sentimentally. "I wish it were the first. If I had just been presented to you, we might have become great friends, Nan. Who knows?" "I trust we are friends." He sighed. "It's noble of you to say so, but the friendship you can give me now is only a gentler name for pardon. I might have looked forward to something sweeter if we had just met. I might have won your esteem, your confidence, perhaps even your love. I wonder if you know what it has meant to me this afternoon, to be here like this, with a wall of formality between me and the woman who used to be my wife. The torture, the shame of it. My heart is full of emotion, but I may only speak to you of trivial subjects. I want to pour out my remorse at your feet, and feel your arms about me in forgiveness, but I may only touch your hand, like a stranger. When we parted, I was a boy who ruined his own happiness. Today I am a man, and I realize what I've lost. You make me miserable. Every day I have thought of you, my life empty, What is anything without you? You mustn't talk to me like this. I can't help it. Nan, I'm so wretched. It's my fault for making you come here. No, no, but let me see you again. Tell me I may come tomorrow. I can't. It's Sunday. Let us lunch at Versailles, or Saint-Germain, or somewhere. Let us go into the country. I know a perfectly lovely spot we can motor to in an hour, and the hotel is really quite decent. Say you will. I'm expecting people tomorrow. Well, Monday, Tuesday. You'll be free on Tuesday? I shook my head. Then Wednesday. I was going to the sea on Wednesday, but I'll stay. Promise to spare me Wednesday. How easy it had been. I saw the sandy-haired girl's mortification, saw her fuming week by week while he dangled at my side. My petty plan had triumphed, but it brought no joy. "I'm leaving Paris," I said, and when he went I think he was conscious that, after all, his visit had been a failure. But he was speedily at ease again, I know, for those who have no deep affections avoid much of life's unhappiness. For the selfish is the peace. The suffering was for the woman who had felt, for me, to whom the reconciliation had proved more painful than the estrangement. For me, whom reality had robbed of a dream. Always I had seen him as he had been. Now I could see only the man he had become. Our meeting had killed remembrance. I could spend hours in the past no longer. I tried for months, but the spell was gone. The husband of my youth would come to my mind no more. I met only a middle-aged poseur, from whom I turned and fled. Best of men, how I seem to you I do not know, but I have owned the truth. There is nothing more for me to write, excepting, well, all day long I have wished that you were with me, and I am feeling very much alone. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Paul. The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick. The Call from the Past. Once there was a prosperous solicitor, and he had 2 sons. The elder he took into his office. The younger he sent to the bar. The younger boy's name was Robert, and he was generally called Bob. The elder boy's name was Edward, and no one ever called him Ted. Edward went to the office with satisfaction. He was a shrewd youth who made useful friends, and didn't allow pleasure to stand in the way of profit. Before he had been in the business 2 years, he bullied the head clerk, and it was predicted that he would go further than his father. Bob entered his profession negligently. He was a genial fellow who liked bohemian clubs and wrote farces that were never produced. Before he had been at the bar 2 years, he succumbed to an unconquerable passion and went on the stage. The stage had not then been the smartest vocation in England. Viscounts occasionally married dancing girls, but socially that was as high as the theatre had climbed. It may be difficult for English people of today to credit it, but though old Mr. Blackstone was simply a solicitor, he felt humiliated when his son took to play acting. What will be understood more easily is that he was wrathful in thinking of the money he had wasted to make a barrister of a crank. He told the crank that he washed his hands of him, and, as a matter of fact, talked rather like the irate parents in the comedies in which Bob was going to perform. Nevertheless, His growl was worse than his bite, in which he resembled the comedy parents again. Ascertaining that Bob's salary was to be 15 shillings a week, and that the histrionic career was precarious, he undertook to make an annual contribution of £40, payable quarterly for the term of 3 years. At the end of which time, he said, "I think you ought to be able to support yourself if you have really any aptitude as a buffoon." Barring the buffoon, Bob was of the same opinion. Don't laugh at him. He was young. He slammed the door of his chambers rejoicing, and, because his father wished him to change his name, he dropped the Blackstone and called himself Lawless. The old man remarked that senseless would be better still, but Bob thought not. Now if this had been a nice, edifying story with the moral presented gratis to every purchaser, Bob would have had only 2 courses open to him. He would either have succeeded brilliantly and moved his father to tears of pride, or he would have found the discomforts unbearable and returned repentant. In reality, he didn't succeed at all, and he had never been so happy in his life. His sole regret was that the tour was short, for when it finished he was out of an engagement. He remained out of an engagement much longer than he had been in one, and subsisted on the parental allowance. The change from the flesh pots of Regent's Park was severe, and if anything could have cooled his stage fever, it would have been cooled now. But it defied even semi-starvation. By and by he obtained another small part, and his temperature was higher still. Confidently he assured himself that by the time the allowance was withdrawn, he would be independent of it. And that was where he erred. At the end of the 3 years he was pacing the Strand. He had had hard luck, and old Mr. Blackstone was hard too. He stuck to his guns. Bob must shift by his own abilities henceforward, or Bob must go back to the bar. Bob was footsore, hungry, and penniless. Bob went back to the bar. Of course, there was still his pen. His hopes as an actor had been shivered, but to his ambitions as a dramatist he clung. His pen was the spar in the shipwreck. The night was black, but afar the footlights beamed. Buffeted as he was, he might regain them by his pen. So he wrote more farces and burlesques, and 1 or 2 melodramas as well. His father did not know that. Robert Blackstone, the budding barrister, preserved appearances, and Robert Lawless, the panting playwright, preserved his manuscripts, for they all came back. All, that is to say, with the exception of a farcical comedy which he had actually sold for £25, but which had never been staged. Some of his work was good, but in England the chief qualifications for artistic success are commercial ability and the money to exploit it. Bob lacked both. By degrees he became wary of trying to reach the limelight shore. His struggles grew fainter. By degrees Robert Lawless took some interest in Robert Blackstone. He thought of the bar more, and of the theatre less. One day when his father told him he had handled the brief uncommonly well, he was elated. He was 29 now. Robert Blackstone had begun to cut Robert Lawless out, was travelling faster, proving the better of the pair, and Lawless, who felt rather sore about it at first, presently forgave him. Bob began to look less like a Bob and more like a Robert. People noticed what a strong resemblance there was between him and his brother. As an earnest young barrister, he no longer frequented bohemian clubs. It was understood that one mustn't go round to Plowden Buildings any more and waste his time. Nobody said to him now, "Come and have a drink, old chap." Occasionally someone might say, "Will you, take a glass of sherry, Mr. Blackstone?" As the years passed, even that was seldom said. He had shaken off the dust of Plowden buildings, and had chambers in Garden Court. His humour was becoming heavy. The mothers of marriageable daughters found it convulsing. He was spoken of as a man with a future, and dined at dreary houses. Old Blackstone died, and as Robert was making a handsome income, he was mentioned in the will with abundant generosity, wherefore he was rich. So was Edward the solicitor, who had a wife and 3 children now. Edward was proud of his brother. He wanted him to take silk, and to stand for Beckenhampton later. Robert was thinking of these things himself. His age was 41. And here ends the prologue. So we see that this unedifying story may be said to begin at a point long after all orthodox stories have concluded. It really begins 12 years after the prodigal reformed. Reformation, we know, is always final in stories. When the prodigal has once returned to the odor of sanctity, we are quite sure that he will never desire change of air. We understand that he will always be just as good and peaceful as we leave him on the last page. Human nature is made like that, in stories. One May afternoon, as Robert came out of court, a man murmured to another, "He's a dry stick, is Blackstone." And Robert overheard and smiled his dry smile. Yes, he supposed that was his social reputation at the bar. As he joined Edward and listened to his pleased comments on the jury's finding, he even admitted to himself that the reputation might be deserved. Odd! How very different from a dry stick he had been once. Edward was animated, for Edward. He kept nodding his grey head and pinched his nose repeatedly between his forefinger and thumb, a habit that he had in conversation. They stood talking in the street for about 10 minutes. It occurred to Robert with a touch of faint surprise that he had long ceased to shirk his brother's company. Yet there was no doubt that Edward was quite as dull a dog as he had ever been. As they talked there outside the law courts, Robert compassionated himself a little for not being bored by Edward. He had been cheerful as he unrobed, but the remark he had caught lurked in his ears, and when he entered his chambers he found himself repeating it. For the defendant, a pleasant phrase today, was momentarily forgotten. A dry stick sounded in his mind instead. He, Bob, had actually become a dry stick. And he was only 41. He lit a cigarette and mused. Beyond the open window the flowers of the garden were bright in sunshine, and the fountain tinkled dreamily. There was a nursemaid with a child among the flowers. He wondered for a moment whether he would have done well to marry. Marvellous in looking back how suddenly success had come. Marvellous to remember how hard he had had to flog his brain at the beginning to earn a legal guinea. If one managed to turn the second corner at the bar at all, one sped on with a rush. But how unlikely it had looked that he would ever turn that corner! How unlikely it had looked in the days when he belonged to the Amity Club, and fellows used to quote his jokes he flashed over a tankard and a steak at 3 in the morning. If his boyish hopes had been justified, if he had had talent as an actor, perhaps life would have tasted better to him after all. Robert Blackstone, K.C. He would soon be that. Robert Blackstone, K.C., M.P.? He might expect it. Sir Robert Blackstone, Solicitor General. It was on the cards. Why wouldn't his heart swell at the prospect? Why didn't he catch his breath? What the deuce had become of all his emotions? Oh, he was getting sentimental, listening to the fountain. Shut the window, ring the bell, see what briefs had come in. And a letter, sir. All right, said Robert. Put it down. The eagerness with which he used once to seize his briefs, the swift glance to learn the fee, the impatience to gather the contents, other incomes, other manners. He pulled the tape off leisurely today. A dry stick, he reiterated. Oh, one had to pay for success, there was no doubt. His gaze wandered to the letter, and rested on it, startled. A little quiver ran through him. For several seconds a sensation that was half pleasure, half pain, held him quite still. The letter had been redirected from Plowden Buildings. It was addressed to Robert Lawless, Esquire, himself. Dear Sir, I have come across the script of your farcical comedy entitled No Flies on Flossick, all rights of which I acquired some years ago. It is a bit antique in parts now, and I think you might like to bring it up to date. I am putting it on at O.H. Ashton-under-Lyne to see how it shapes. We rehearse at P.O.W. Manchester. The first call is for 12 o'clock, Monday 18th. Yours faithfully, Cavendish Pink. When the colour had crept back to his face, Robert laughed. The perfunctory laugh that he gave to a judge's joke. He shrugged his shoulders. He put the letter down and laughed again. He was acting to himself unconsciously. After a minute or two he picked it up and reread it. How had Cavendish Pink come by the play? Acquired it? Not from the author. But the adventures of the manuscript were unimportant. Pink? Pink had been a rather popular comedian. On the seesaw of life Mr. Pink had gone down while Mr. Blackstone went up. For the third time he read the letter. He knew that T.R. stood for Theatre Royal, but the other abbreviations had mystified him. It occurred to him with emotion that O.H. meant Opera House and that P.O.W. meant Prince of Wales. That he could have forgotten these things even for a moment. He drummed his fingers on the briefs and saw his youth. Of course, he could have nothing to do with the matter. No flies on Flossie, no flies on Flossie, the work, we understand, of Mr. Robert Blackstone, the well-known barrister, etc. He shuddered in imagining such a paragraph. He said that it was lucky Robert Lawless was forgotten. Certainly Robert Lawless would reveal nothing to anyone who saw the piece at Ashton-under-Lyne, and doubtless its run would begin and end there. If he were silent, nobody would suspect his connection with it, but, well, if this had happened a few years earlier, he would have gone down to the place just for a day to see the performance. He said he would have felt curious about it a few years ago. 3 or 4 hours had passed before he confessed to himself that he was curious now. He was in his library after dinner, and though he had no intention of humoring his curiosity, he humored his mind. It dwelt on scenes in the farce that had appeared to him brilliant when he wrote them. Would they appear brilliant today? He remembered the evening when he scribbled "curtain," and Dick turned up and heard the last act read. "Jove! I didn't think you had it in you," Dick had said. He was sitting on the window-sill. How it all came back, how time flew. The score of hopes and disappointments the work had brought. With what passion he had despaired at that age. Could he despair so passionately at this? And then the excitement when the thing was taken. What a whirlwind of exultance! That night that he got the news. He had dragged Dick out for oysters just before Scott's closed, and afterwards they had sat up talking till daylight. The piece was to be produced a few weeks hence, and Dick was stipulated for 2 stalls on the first night to take his girl. 13 years ago! And Dick was dead. On the morrow Robert decided that he might after all run down to Ashton-under-Lyne. He said he would not enter the stage door. No one would surmise that the author was present. He would simply take a seat in the dress circle like anybody else. Why not? To associate himself with No Flies on Flossie was impossible, but to resist the desire to peep at it would be motiveless. No doubt when he was in the theatre he'd be hotly ashamed of having perpetrated such trash. Still... He made no reply to Cavendish Pink. He was not prepared to revert to comic dialogue, even under a pseudonym, nor did he see his way to correspond on the subject. Probably it would be inferred that the letter had gone astray or that Mr. Lawless had died. Well, he was dead. Yet Robert Blackstone owned to himself that he regretted being unable to attend Bob Lawless's rehearsals. He did not own it all at once. He regretted it for some time before he owned it. Then he said again that if this had happened a few years earlier, he might have... Just for a day or two? Yes, he would have given himself the fun then. It wouldn't have mattered so much a few years earlier. How ardently, in the period when he was a small part actor, he had looked forward to striding about a stage as the author and telling the company what to do. He had never rehearsed in the West End theatre, or he would have known that authors are rather small fry after the plays are written. It had been his dream, the author. And of course he would be privileged to smoke. He had imagined himself with a cigar between his lips, and his hands in the pockets of a fur overcoat. In his dream it was generally winter, because he wanted to wear a fur overcoat. Nice girls waylaid him in the wings and said, "Do write in a line for me to speak, Mr. Lawless, please." And he did, the courtly consideration that he had always shown, in his dream, to the humblest member of the cast, the glowing terms in which everyone had spoken of him, in his dream. It would have been agreeable to go to Manchester for the rehearsals. About a week later he said that of course he wouldn't be so stupid, but that as a matter of fact he could go if he chose. He could go as Mr. Lawless. It was in the highest degree unlikely that anyone in a third-rate provincial company would know his face. He wouldn't do it, because he had long ago left such follies behind, but there was really nothing else to prevent him. The first call is for 12 o'clock, Monday, 18th instant. Constantly the man thought of it. Sometimes he fingered the letter again. Daily, in the drawer of his desk, under the documents, under the briefs, it tempted him, the call from the past. Oh, out of the question. He supposed it would be a folly. After all, should he go? If the Easter term did not end on the 16th of May, there would have been no story, but it does. He felt strange to himself when he took his ticket on Sunday. He felt excited, nervous, guilty. On the platform he avoided a man whom he knew. He realized the sensations of a fugitive from justice and threw an apprehensive glance about the restaurant car. What should he say if he were asked where he was going? He was sorry the rehearsals were to be held in a big city like Manchester. What more likely than that an acquaintance would run against him in the street? As to the hotel, it would brim with danger. At any moment someone might exclaim, "How do you do? What has brought you here?" But to be sure, he merely meant to remain in a hotel for the night. On the morrow he would go into lodgings. They would be extremely uncomfortable, but at all events they would be private, and it was only for a week, after all. A week would soon pass. He found himself wishing that it had passed already. Rain was falling when he arrived at Manchester. He spent a melancholy evening in the smoke-room. Presently he saw a theatrical paper, and turning it over, observed advertisements of professional apartments. Several of the advertised houses were in Manchester. The idea of installing himself in theatrical lodgings again carried a little tremor with it, but it was not unpleasant. These addresses to his hand, moreover, would spare him trouble. Rain was falling when he shaved. No matter. It would be well to make his arrangements before he went to the rehearsal. He breakfasted briskly, opposite a commercial traveller who performed extraordinary feats with a knife and fork. At 10 o'clock he had his bag put onto a cab. All Saints, he said, for in Manchester all theatrical landladies and All Saints are neighbours. The side streets of All Saints were not prepossessing. As he rang the first bell, he glanced about him wonderingly. Had he really been happy in places like this when he was young? He was relieved when the slatternly householder answered that she had only a combined room. He interviewed several householders without success. Gradually, the manner in which he made his applications lost something of its legal stiffness. He labored for a touch of the old-time freedom which he knew was demanded by the situation. He rang another bell, and a young woman in curling pins came to the door. "What rooms have you got this week?" asked Robert, uneasily familiar. "What do you want?" said the woman. "I want a sitting room and bedroom," he said, and she was able to accommodate him. Against the piano was a pile of comic songs. On the mantelpiece were likenesses of performers in tights. The rooms were cosily furnished, and the rent was 10 shillings a week, inclusive of gas and fires. The Manchester weather was still chilly. "I'll take them," said Robert. When he had unpacked his bag, he smoked a cigar in the parlour and smiled. One always returns to one's first love, he mused. Really, the first love looked attractive, though he viewed the signboard of a mechanical chimney sweep through the window. Presently he asked his landlady for her card. "I'll give you my professional card," she said, "but it has got the address on it. I'm in the profession myself." He read, "My Lady Superba, Terpsichorean Gymnast." "That's me," she said, pointing. "That portrait there. I only let rooms as a hobby. I don't let regular all the year round. Think it's good?" "It doesn't flatter you," said Robert, but she was captivating in her gymnast costume. He would never have supposed the photograph was meant for her. "I'm fortunate to find you. Letting this week." "Well, it's like this. It gives me something to do when I'm at home. That's what my husband says. He says, 'It gives you something to do,' and I don't take ladies, they're a bit too much. Can we have some hot water, Ma, all hours of the day? Can I come and eat my curling tongs in the kitchen fire, Ma? Ladies are a handful, and, as I say, I only let as a hobby. I'm going on tour again in August. Perhaps you've seen me in the halls?" "I've often applauded you in the halls," he said, courteously and truthful. "I was puzzled why your face was so familiar to me." He was conscious that he hadn't recovered the note yet. He knew that he was being much too formal. Could he pluck up the spirit to call a landlady "Ma" again himself? There was an unaccustomed exhilaration in his veins as he drove to the Prince of Wales's. He did not define the feeling, but what he felt was younger. When the cab jerked to a stoppage, his pulses beat like a lover's. He leapt out and saw "Stage Entrance" painted on a dirty door. Again he pulled a stage door open. "What name?" he was asked. "Mr. Lawless," he answered, and all at once he did not know if he was happy or ashamed, but he knew that he trembled. The theatre looked dark for the first minute. He received a dim impression of ill-dressed people, drew a breathful of mouldy atmosphere that swept him back into the past. A vociferous man shook hands with him and called him "my boy." "So you've turned up, my boy. That's all right. Afraid you hadn't had my note." "How do you do, Mr. Pink?" responded Robert. They sat down in the stall swathed in holland wrappers, and the mist before them melted. The ill-dressed people acquired features. He realized that the rehearsal had begun, and that the figures on the stage were the butler and the maidservant reading the opening scene of his farce. "It wants refreshing up, Lawless," said Mr. Pink. "It's a bit Noah's Arky here and there, old-fashioned. Still, I think there's stuff in it. I'd like you to keep your ears open, see where you can stick in some lines, make it modern, my boy, make it a bit topical, you know what I mean." "Oh, of course," said Robert with dismay. "Yes, certainly, I must see what I can do." He was painfully embarrassed. He had not felt so nervous since the day he heard himself pleading in court for the first time. When the vociferous man left him, he thanked heaven. Vaguely he thought of making his escape, of sending a telegram to say he was recalled to town. Mr. Lawless? A pale, shabby girl had come to him. She had very beautiful grey eyes. He was surprised that he had overlooked her. "Yes?" he said. "I'm to play Flossie. I wanted to ask you a question about her. Is she simple in the first act, or only putting it on?" He had no longer any views on the subject, but it would never do to say so. "Simple," he said. "Oh, decidedly simple in the first act." "That's what I thought," she nodded. "And Mr. Pinks wants me to do it the other way. Mr. Pinks says she's only putting it on." He perceived that he had encouraged her to defy the management. "Of course," he added hastily, "when I say simple, I mean relatively simple. Everything is relative." "Oh, yes," she said. But she was evidently at sea. After a moment she went on. "What I really want to know is how she is to speak those lines sitting on the hamper. Is she sincere in that speech, or isn't she?" "That, of course, is the question," murmured Robert. "Yes, precisely. That speech is it's the keynote to the part," she said. He wished distressfully he could remember what speech she meant. Perhaps, after all, he had better be frank. "To be quite honest with you," he said, "I wrote the piece a good many years ago, and since then "Oh, I see," she laughed. "How funny! Since then you've written so many others that you've forgotten what it's about." "Exactly," said Robert. "That is to say, not at all. I haven't written any others, but I have forgotten what it's about." They regarded each other silently for a moment. She seemed a singularly nice girl. "I was quite a young man when I wrote it," he said abruptly. "And you've done nothing since?" "Well, not in the dramatic line. You're rehearsing my last attempt." "Oh, I do hope it'll be a success," she said earnestly. "Then you'll go on working. It must be rather queer to see us rehearsing a piece you wrote so long ago." "It is," said Robert. "Very queer." He paused again. He was again abrupt. "Once I knew every line of the 3 acts by heart." She lifted her eyes to him gravely and didn't speak for a second. He liked her for not speaking. He saw that she understood. "How it must take you back," she whispered. He sighed and smiled. "So you see, Mr. Pink probably knows more about your part today than the author does. You needn't tell all the company what I've said." "As if I should!" she exclaimed. "Oh, there's my cue. I must fly." "Miss Wilson!" shouted Pink. "Come on, Miss Wilson. Please, take up your cues." "My fault," called Robert. "I'm to blame." He looked back over her shoulder, smiling at him as she ran, and somehow the rehearsal was more interesting to Robert. The nice girl read the lines he had invented years before, and listening to her, he remembered. Rain was falling when the rehearsal finished. She hadn't an umbrella. "Which way do you go?" he asked, as the stage door slammed. "All Saints," she replied. "Rumford Street." "That's my way too. I want a cab. I can give you a lift." "A cab?" She was openly astonished. "If you must squander money, you can take a penny car. But why not walk?" "Is that what you do in the wet?" "Well, if I took a cab every time it was wet in Manchester, my salary wouldn't go far, would it?" "I have no idea what your salary is." £3, she said frankly. "It isn't much for a leading lady, eh?" "It isn't much for a leading lady, but it's a good deal for a young girl. In any other business, £3 a week wants a lot of earning." "Oh, I know," she said. "I've got young brothers in the city. They call me the millionaire of the family." "Do they like your being on tour alone?" "Well, you see, it was necessary for me to earn my own living. Things weren't very bright at home when I grew up. I don't spend all my salary on the delicacies of the season. I send half to my mother every week. I couldn't be any help to her if I were in a clerkship like the boys." "But you're fond of the stage, aren't you? You sounded enthusiastic when you floored me with those questions." She shrugged her shoulders. "At the beginning, I was in love with it. I've been in the profession 8 years now. You're giving me all your umbrella." "There's no expense attached to that," said Robert. The cars were full, and she was evidently averse from a cab, so they went along Oxford Street afoot, keeping close together. "I suppose you'll go and see a show tonight?" she inquired. "I hadn't thought of it," he said. "Shall you?" "There's nothing else to do when one isn't playing. It's ghastly sitting in diggings all the evening, isn't it?" "It must be dull if you're alone," he asserted. It occurred to him that his own evening was going to be very dull indeed. "Oh, I'm not alone. I'm with the girl who plays Aunt Rachel. But it's dull anyhow. We thought of asking for seats at the St. James." "I think," said Robert, "that I'll go too. Perhaps I shall see you there? Or we might all go together, mightn't we?" "Why, yes," she replied. "It would be very nice. Let's." "It would be delightful," said Robert. "Yes, let's." They had reached her door, and she asked him if he would go in and have some tea. He said he would. They found the other girl at home, toasting crumpets. Miss Wilson toasted crumpets. Robert toasted crumpets also. They all knelt on the hearthrug and toasted crumpets together. His hostess cried that they were rising in their profession, having the author to tea. He laughed. He cracked a joke. He wondered what Edward would say if he could see him. At the St. James the girls obtained 2 stalls for nothing, and Robert insisted on paying for one, though Miss Wilson reproved him for such waste of money. "We could quite easily have asked for 3," she said. "It is silly of you. You make me angry." Greatly daring, he proposed supper when the performance was over. The restaurants of Manchester were far to seek, but he didn't know that. He even told himself that it mattered nothing if he were recognized. The girls were ladies. A man had a right to take his friends to supper. However, they wouldn't go. That is to say, Miss Wilson wouldn't go. The other girl looked as if she wanted to. Miss Wilson said he must wait to see if his piece was a success. If it is a hit, well, perhaps. He understood that she took it for granted he was poor. She wouldn't let him be extravagant. The situation was not without a charm. They chattered gaily as far as her apartments. "I can't ask you in after the show," she murmured. "No, I know," he said. "I remember." As he strolled on, he reflected that the day had been remarkably agreeable. He made for his lodging in high good humour. In Oxford Street he started. He received a shock. Almost he staggered. He had perceived that he was whistling. The terpsichorean gymnast gave him eggs boiled to perfection in the morning, and much better coffee than he got at home. As he tapped the second shell, it occurred to Robert that he had not opened a newspaper yesterday. Extraordinary! How often he had winced in recollecting that he never looked at a newspaper when he was a provincial actor. And actually he had been as bad again. He bought the Manchester Guardian and other papers after breakfast, and kept glancing at the clock. It was rather jolly to sally forth to rehearsal, though when it was time to go, rain was falling. He entered the theatre with zest today. Even he resented less stiffly the vociferous man's calling him "my boy." Miss Wilson's pale face smiled at him as at a friend. He conversed with 1 or 2 other members of the company, and saw his way to inserting a topical allusion in the dialogue. Pink pronounced it "devilish good." Robert the reviving was gratified that Pink thought his line devilish good. When he was asked vociferously if he would "come across and have a drink," he didn't say no. They drank prosperity to the piece in a vulgar bar, and he took back a box of sandwiches, and Peggy Wilson and Aunt Rachel and he shared them in the stalls. Almost the next thing that Robert realized vividly was that it was Friday. Rain was falling. It amazed him how the interval had flown. Aunt Rachel had gone over to Bury, where her fiancé was playing at the Royal, and Miss Wilson, left alone, was coming to tea. Robert had ordered cream with the tea, and simnel cake. He stood at the window, eager-eyed. The signboard of the mechanical chimney sweep did not obtrude itself to him. He remembered how long it was since he last watched for a girl to come to tea. But when she turned the corner, he remembered only that he was to have a gracious afternoon. He wheeled the armchair to the hearth for her and brought her a footstool. She was less talkative than usual. Somehow, the first few minutes were disappointing. "I have to go on Tuesday," he marked presently, "and then it'll be all over." "But you're coming to Ashton-under-Lyne for the production." "I don't know. I don't know that I shall be able to. I wish I hadn't to go back. I haven't enjoyed anything so much for years. By the way, I want you to do me a favor. I want you girls to come to supper with me on Monday night. I thought we might go and see a show." He didn't notice that he was saying show again instead of theatre, "and have a little supper here afterwards. I'd suggest a restaurant, but there'd be no time to eat anything before we were turned out." "What would your landlady say?" "I've sounded her. I said, I suppose you wouldn't think there was any harm in me bringing two ladies in to supper after the show one evening." "Certainly not, Mr. Lawless," she said. "Would you like it hot?" "That's a landlady that is a landlady. Will you?" "We'll see about it," said Miss Wilson. "You might say yes," he begged. "Give me a happy memory for the end." "But it won't be the end. We shall often see you, shan't we, if the piece runs?" "Perhaps it won't run, and even if it does, I'm a busy man." "Too busy to think of your pals. What do you do?" "Are we pals?" he questioned. "I'm yours, but are you mine? Really? You've known me such a very little while." "No longer than you've known me." "It's not the same thing, though. You meet lots of men. I don't meet lots of girls. To me, this week has been quite out of the common. To you, it's only one of the 52. "What do you do in London?" she inquired again. "What are you?" "A dry stick," said Robert. "Well, you aren't a dry stick in Manchester," she said. It was not a brilliant reply, but she couldn't have made one that would have pleased him more. Yet the tea was a failure. She never ate cake, she told him. Somehow she didn't care for tea either this afternoon. She sipped about a quarter of a cupful. He had scarcely stirred his own when she was declaring she must go. "You won't think it rude of me if I run away now?" He gave her muff blankly. A creature of moods, as changed as an April day. But when she was sunny, how sunny! The table looked pathetic to him when she had gone. He stood at the window, downcast. The signboard of the chimney sweep darkened the road. "Mademoiselle Superba" put the simnel cape on the top of the piano because there wasn't a sideboard, and it stood there uncovered till it was dusty. Then the night of the supper arrived, and there was a galantine, and prawns in aspic, and a mayonnaise, and the first thing the creature of moods did when she came in was to pounce on the dusty cake and devour a slice before she took her hat off. "Peggy!" exclaimed the other girl reprovingly. "I may?" she cried, flashing a glance at Robert. Yes, she knew she might. She knew she might do anything she chose here. "I'm going to have another light," she said, and lit another burner of the gaselier. Mademoiselle Superba, majestic in black silk, with pendant pearls in her ears, and her hair dressed like Truefitt's widow, looked in for a moment to ask if all was well. Robert thanked her for doing it so extremely well. Peggy said sweetly, "I hear you're in the profession too." The woman was pleased at that. So was Robert. It was nice of Peggy. Because there was no sideboard, cutlery and plates were set forth on the piano. Because there was no champagne glasses, they drank the champagne out of tumblers. "Didn't I forbid you to be extravagant?" cried Peggy. He liked forbid. "Forgive me," he smiled. "This once," she laughed. "But you must be very economical in London." "I shall have no parties like it in London, I assure you." "Nor I," said she. "Do you live in London?" She threw him a nod. "Couch End." "Tell me more," he urged. "And let me give you both some salad." "More?" "Well, once we had a servant. Now we haven't. I do housework when I'm at home. I blacklead the greats. That's why my hands aren't pretty. Don't," he said, pained. Her hands weren't pretty, but he revered them now he knew the reason. "Peggy!" said the other girl, dismayed. The other girl was obsessed by manners when she was out. "I'm frightfully untidy in the morning. In novels, the poor heroine always has on snowy cuffs and collars with her rags. Pickles! In real life, the poor heroine has to think of the laundry bills. Oh, you'd be shocked at me in the morning. After the boys have gone, I turn a room out sometimes, my skirt pinned up and a duster over my head. Can you see me? Mother's not very strong. The cooking's business enough for mother. Then I go up to the agent's and try to get something to do. In a very smart costume, with a picture hat, I made it, and white gloves. Oh, you'd be impressed by Peggy in the afternoon. You wouldn't recognize me in the Strand. You're not seeing my best clothes here, don't think it. I'm in an engagement. I'm stopping the expenses." "Peggy!" groaned the other girl again. He divined a kick under the table. "You're coming down to see the dress rehearsal on the 5th, Mr. Lawless," she struck in. "It would be a treat to me, but I can't. I've somewhere else to go." "It would be a treat to him," pealed Peggy. "We shall be kept in the theatre half the night. We shall be dog-tired, and he would find it a treat. What it is to be young. Where have you to go, Mr. Dramatist?" "I have to go to a very dull public dinner on the 5th," he said. "I shall think of you dog-tired in the garden act when they serve the champagne rôti." "Send us the champagne rôti," she said. "It'd be much more use." She snatched a prig of parsley from a dish and stuck it in her hair. "Mother always tried to kill my passion for dress," she cried. He proffered her mayonnaise, and she said she wanted to play the piano, though he feared that even a landlady who was a terpsichorean gymnast might have objections to her rattling Florodora at 1 in the morning. His spirits were high until she forsook the music stool and sank to reminiscence on the hearthrug. Then she made his heart ache. She told him some of her vicissitudes. No engagement, no money, no food. His eyes filled as he listened. What this girl had been through! It was 2 o'clock. He saw his guests home. Rain was falling. "Good night. Good-bye." He looked at Rumford Street for the last time. How familiar it had become. "Don't forget me," he heard himself whisper, clasping Peggy's hand. Her gaze assured him. She went in. The step was desolate. He turned thoughtfully away. And as he walked back to the room where she had been, he knew he was in love with her, with the theatre, with the life he used to lead. In the wet, black streets of Manchester, he saw the naked truth, and he realized that his life was a failure. A man could change his environment, but not himself. He felt that he would be happier earning £3 a week, like her, on the stage than he would ever be as Robert Blackstone, K.C. One mustn't say these things, but he felt it, felt that he would rejoice to be a minor actor again, and see Peggy in the morning, and see Peggy every day. No Flies on Flossie tottered for 6 nights, died, and was buried. You may read those facts elsewhere. These are the facts concerning No Flies on Flossie which you may read only here. And in Garden Court, Temple, there was for a long time a distinguished barrister debating a subtle point. He questioned if, when he made a trip to the past and grew enamored of it, he fell in love with a girl or only with an atmosphere, because that he was in love, still in love, was indisputable. He looked back constantly and yearned. The sole doubt was, with what was he in love? It was the weak spot in the case, and with his usual keenness he put his finger on it. He discerned how liable he was to be deceived, how naturally he might be attributing to the girl the fascination that belonged to the surroundings. If it was the atmosphere that lent Peggy enchantment, he would be insane to choose a wife so different from, say, the placid matron who blessed Edward. Per contra, if he loved Peggy herself, why should he tramp the room like this, instead of asking her to marry him? He swore he did love the girl herself. He trembled lest her halo was the limelight. Then, having come to a conclusion, he found her advertisement in the Stage, and wrote asking her to call on him at Mr. Blackstone's chambers. She went promptly. The dignified clerk ushered her into Robert's presence, and Robert had never seen that room look so gay. "How good of you to come!" he exclaimed happily. "How good of you to think of me, you mean," she said. "Have been out ever since No Fly's finished. Have you written another piece? And are you going to offer me a part in it? I say, you do know swells. Who? Blackstone?" She nodded. "Do you think he'll come in while I'm here? I was reading about him the other day. Miss Peggy Wilson would be going strong meeting celebrities at the bar. This is the Blackstone, isn't it? The K.C.?" "He's a very recent K.C.," murmured Robert. "There's his new wig in that box." "Ooh, do let me look," she said, darting radiantly. "May I?" "You may even try it on, if you like," said Robert. "He wouldn't mind." She had her hatpins out in a second. "Oh, isn't Peggy going strong?" she laughed. "How does it suit me?" And then turning from the strip of glass, "Why are you so grave all of a sudden? Didn't you mean me to?" "Yes, yes, I was thinking what a fool I had been not to beg you to come sooner," sighed Robert. "Take it off, and let me talk to you." "Serious?" "Very serious. An engagement." "You are a tramp! I wanted one so badly. Ah, but you mustn't accept this one unless you like it, and I hope you don't mind its being a short engagement. Peggy, I love you. I love the ground you walk on, and the clothes you wear, and everything you say and do. Will you be my wife?" "Oh!" she gasped. Her face was colorless. "Can't you care for me?" "I do care," she whispered, and it seemed incredible, yet they were round her, and his heart was thumping like a boy's. "Oh, my sweet," he stammered, releasing her at last, just like a boy. "Oh, my sweet." And her color came back, and she smiled up at him with a smile that no other woman had ever equaled. "Let me put on my hat before Blackstone comes in," she said joyously. "Look what you've done to my hair. It'd give us away." "Peggy," said Robert, "I'm Blackstone." The smile faded. She stood gazing at him, wide-eyed. "I called myself lawless when I wrote that farce. Then I chucked writing and went in for the bar. I'd forgotten all about the thing for years when I got Pink's note, but I couldn't resist going down to the call. I went as a lark. Nobody knew me. I thought it wouldn't make any difference. And then I met you, Peggy, and it made all the difference in the world. Why don't you laugh?" "You're a great man," the girl said solemnly. "You oughtn't to marry me." "Oh, my dear," he cried, "don't you understand that I, the real I, am the man you saw there, and that only you do see the real me? London has forgotten the author of that piece, but he didn't die, darling. His heart's just the same, though he looks so different. Robert Blackstone's the man who wears the wig and gown and can make things right for your mother and the youngsters, and who'll give you a title by and by, my love. But your husband'll be the bohemian who toasted the crumpets and lodged at Mademoiselle Superba's, the Terpsichorean gymnast. You shan't have time to wish for anything. I'd like to buy the earth for you, and you must come to hear me speak, and I want you to be proud of our position. But at home I shall always be the boy who fell in love with you, Peggy, the Bob Lawless who went to look for his youth and found it." Beyond the open window, the flowers of the garden were bright in sunshine, and the fountain tinkled dreamily. There was a nursemaid with a child among the flowers. He knew with thanksgiving that he was doing well to marry. "Will you kiss me again, sweetheart?" "Yes," she said. "Bob." The end. End of section 23. Recording by Jason Paul. End of The Man Who Understood Women and Other Stories by Leonard Merrick.